Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn livestream. On twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Good morning, everyone. It's 5:30 in the AMs here on it is Thursday, right? I'm live streaming on the correct day. I am. Here on Thursday, April 10th, 2025, in the Eastern U.S. time zone. Coming to you live from the streets of Detroit. I'm out in the street. I dragged my computer, microphone, the bed that I'm in most of my life out into the street, and I'm in the street right now, broadcasting live from the street. Ah, the outside air. It's well, I'll tell you what. It's actually really warm. Let me just plug my cell phone up. I just close that down. And ooh, it's chilly out here. 34 degrees. 34 degrees and cloudy. And that's my alarm. That's not the weather. Alright, never mind. That's all you needed to know about that. We continue our early morning vampire streams. You know, I guess it's not vampiric. We're just starting early. We're starting the work day like working people do, which is weird, man. I don't work for a living. I ain't no sucker like you. So we will be continuing on with the 3D modeling stuff here. At least until, well, if it works, alright, there is entirely the possibility that we have come to a stage in the creating of this KERBAL that we've been working on in Blender. It is entirely within the realm of possibility that we are about to reach the point of, oh my god, what happened to the KERBAL? We lost a lot of detail. Damn it. That we just won't be able to do what I have planned today, which is texture painting. Because texture painting takes a lot of resource. Well, it's just the brushes can be laggy. And so we'll see whether or not we can do it. The reason why we even have the possibility of being able to do it is, I'll just go ahead and drop the environment. I'll drop the lighting. Is that I have baked us down. Thank you, Bags. It was one of the cats jumping from something. I have baked us down from 14 million faces. We've got skin level detail, basically, that is carved, that was, I sculpted that in to a 14 million face count model here. And is the art attack with Ronin porn? We'll get to we have to attach a skeleton and pose him before we can do Ronin porn. But You'll note that he's got, there's skin details, there's veins and stuff, so I've carved in the skin level details here, for the final and full sculpt. You'll note the quality of the, fingernails and stuff like that is now, finished, cleaned up, all that kind of a thing. So I've gone to the full sculpt, and then what I have done off stream, because it wouldn't have been even possible on stream, is I've baked down these textures, the normals, the ambient occlusion map, the this, that, and the other thing, roughness and whatnot, baked it all down to a series of textures, which can now be applied to a much lower resolution model. So right now we're looking at a sub 60,000 face count model. I can go down by one, and we can be looking at a 15,000 face count model, and yet our 15,000 face count model still has the detail of a nipple. But if we look at it from the side, see that? There's the detail isn't there. Go back up to the 2, and we've got an actual, pop and get glass cut and nip. We go up to 3, and we get even more detail, but at 1 we've got very little detail. If I come back out, we can even, maintain, some of this detail going down to 0, and this is the finished retopology that I did, is what we're looking at right here. And it's a little bit bigger, which is why the eyes got quite beady there. It shrink wraps down to the model kind of a thing, so before it shrink wraps down, this is the size of it. You can see how angly he is before we do at least one subdivision. But this was the by hand retopology that I gave our Kerbal. I left us off. I think I'd done the arms and the head at the end of the last live stream. I finished it, and I've put in the some UV cuts here. I think I could do better UV with like the fingers. Each individual finger could be UV cut out itself, but it's just been cut into a top and a bottom of the hand kind of a thing. Might as well set this up. Oh, it's already there. It's set up to where I can select by the seams. Cool. But so this is what I did by hand, 3,500 faces put in place to give us a nice retopology upon which to build the rest of our guy. And then I used, when I had that retopology, I used the multi-resolution modifier here, which allows you to build higher and higher counts, face counts of subdivisions, so that we start from this 3,500 and we go up and we go up and we go up. Well, I have to come out of here, and you see the face count rises. We start at 0, and the face count goes from 4,500 visible, I guess because of the teeth and stuff like that. It goes up to 15,000, and then to 57,000, and then 227,000. I'll go up to 4, and then hang on to your butts. Okay, 4 doesn't hurt us during the live stream here. I'm just worried. This is a lot of resources that are being consumed. Didn't understand a thing, but it sounds very interesting. Yeah, so this is about 1 million faces for this level of detail on our guy. And it's, it's true detail down to the model level. I will go up to, I want to see. I won't, I don't know. Let's go up to 5. Okay, we're still alive. We're still broadcasting. All right, 3.6 million face count on this one. And just turning him has a little bit of a stutter on the live stream, I think. Okay, it's smooth. It smooths out. It's fine. I'm going to go ahead and go up to 6, and then this is where we just might crash or something. You were promised a grundle, says one mock. I did say something about that. And one mock, with the 37th month of subscriptions. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. That's almost a year, I think. 37 months. Damn. There's a lot of people turning 3 years old today on this, or not today, but in recent days here. That's... What the hell happened 3 years ago that y'all came and found me and stuck to me for 3 years? I'll say it. I said it before. I'll say it again. Look at the life choices you've been making for 3 years. You need to break this vicious cycle. Stop doing yourself and others harm. This is 3.6 million faces. I'm about to click a button that's going to take us up to, well, it should be around 14 million. 3.6 seems weird. We multiply that times 4, and so it'll be 12, but then there will be 2 more, so it's going to be about 14 million faces when I click this button, and then we're just going to see... I expect at least the audio to glitch out. I'm going to talk through this as we try and convert so that you can hear the stuttering and the weirdness of the audio, but I don't know. It doesn't look like it's freaking out on the Reaper. Yeah, it is taking a minute, isn't it? Are you still with me? Hang in there, everybody. Hold on to your butts. It's trying to pull up, to load into memory 14 million faces. You could do it, computer. Come on, PC. Crispy audio? Okay. Reapers. Oh, we got through it. We got through it. Okay, oh wow. Okay, I can turn it. I can turn it. Right. So this is the full detail. This is the level at which it was carved, and we get right up on top of it. You can see, wow. In fact, you want to get right up on top of it? There's the tongue. You can see the detail I carved into the tongue. Obviously, we're not going to work at this level. 14 million faces? I only see one. Har, har, har. Hello, Kenneth. I'm going back from 14 million down. Okay. And 5, and then 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then 1, and then 0. This is what the tongue looks like at 0. But so that's the full level of detail that I did sculpting at. It looks a lot better and works fine when I'm not live streaming. I have actually gone ahead and I have ordered 16 gigs more RAM for this computer, just for the sake of Blender at this point. I have been using this PC. I've upgraded like the CPU at some point after like the first wave of Ryzen AMD CPUs. That's what I went with. This is a Ryzen. And at first I got on board the Ryzen train when it first came out, and then I upgraded to like the Ryzen 3000 series, I think. So I think I might have like a 3600, I don't know what the model numbers are, but I upgraded to that. But since then, like, I haven't touched this computer. We've been live streaming on fundamentally this machine for a decade or something. Like, I don't know, I don't know how long it's been since I built this. It hasn't been a decade, but it's been a while. And I have, I'm a power user over here. I program, I obviously edit videos, we live stream while playing a game. I've got 2 monitors, the audio engineering, graphic design, 2D, I do more with this PC than most people would do, and all this time I've never had more than 16 gigs of DDR4. That's all I've run this system on. That's all I've ever needed. And now that I'm carving and baking out and rendering 10 million plus face count models, I finally have a reason to need 32 gigs. I feel like I have proven that no general user, PC user, needs more than 16 gigs for anything that they're going to do with their computer. Nobody needs it. And, how many people out there across the world are buying and being told, oh, you've got to start with like 32 gig minimum kind of a thing. You don't need it. You absolutely don't need it. I have designed games in Unreal Engine on 16 gigs with a Ryzen 5. Is it a Ryzen 5 or a Ryzen 7? I don't know. But, like, I have pushed this unit further than most people will ever push their computers, and I have not needed more than 16 gigs of RAM until today. Now I need it. So I went ahead and I ordered 16 more gigs for $30. And I went out of my way to find the exact same memory, the exact same RAM that is already in there, which means I bought it used on eBay. But the benefit of buying the exact same memory is that once I knew what the model number was, I just searched it and then I bought it and I was done and it's on its way. Whereas if I had, tried to match new sticks of DDR to the old sticks of DDR and, that kind of thing, there's all kinds of like compatibility issues you got to look into. Does the motherboard support that? And is it going to work with the other RAM and get the speeds exactly right? And then there can still be issues. Like, I don't know. It's been a while since I've had to be interested in, upgrading and changing hardware and stuff. But I used to be an A+ certified computer repair tech, and I've been through generations of hardware where it was like, oh yeah, that version of DDR 20-something 100 megahertz, that doesn't work on this motherboard. But this one with the same specs does. Like, I have been through that shit. So I know that if I pair the exact same model of memory, and it'll be... My 16 gigs that I have right now is 2 8-gig sticks. So if I just get 2 more 8-gig sticks and use the other 2 empty slots, it should just be plug them in and turn the computer on and it works. Whereas any other like variation of that could involve like, oh, you're going to have to flash the BIOS and then these 2 don't work in those slots, but they might work in that kind of shit. I didn't want any of it. So I just bought a used set that perfectly matches. But what if you really like to have 1,000 Google Chrome tabs? I mean, I don't run 1,000. First off, you need to be using Firefox. What are you doing, Penguin God? I've switched to Firefox in the past couple of months, and I'm a happy camper, happier than with Chrome. But yeah, I run a lot of tabs. I keep a lot of stuff open. Firefox is the #1 consumer of memory of my system when Blender isn't open. And, you know, everything else that I've ever wanted to do has been fine with that consumption at 16 gigs of RAM. Kenneth says, I used my 32 gigs when I was seed hunting Mite for the community server renewal. You had like a automated script that was like generating worlds and then checking how they came out, kind of a thing. That's interesting. Penguin says, I am using Firefox, been using it for years. So you're saying, hypothetically, if somebody wanted to use Google Chrome tabs, and 1,000 of them. Yeah, I was off of Chrome some time ago. I went to Brave, and honestly, Brave, in the long run, it has all of the problems of Chrome, you know? I mean, and it still smells of Google, and I just don't want that. So I decided to go over to Firefox, and have found that Firefox with uBlock Origin, and what else have I got installed over here? Dark Reader, and what other plugins I've got Improve YouTube as a plugin here that makes some little modifications to the site. And I've got Stylus recently installed so that I can modify the CSS of certain pages to do special things. But yeah, I've gone over to Brendan Eich's, Mozilla Firefox. It's been a while, you know. I've been through, in my lifetime of computing, how many different browsers I've been through, and the different like features that they thought were features that didn't survive because nobody actually wanted or needed that. You know, the most important thing was just, is it fast, you know, or do I have to like feel it when it loads a web page kind of thing. But Netscape, Firefox, obviously Chrome, obviously Internet Explorer. I never used Edge. I don't know what just take better care of yourself. Isn't fucking Microsoft Edge. What do you... But yeah, so I got 32 gigs of RAM on the way, but we don't have it yet, which means today we might have problems texture painting. So we're going to find out whether or not we can do this. But I did want to show you the progress that we've made so far. So, you know, I finished the retopology. Some of it's worse than others. It looks very clean here, doesn't it? Looks like, oh, you did a pretty good job in that retopology, but I can like find the spots that I don't like in the hands and the feet in particular. I would really like to sort of see how other people do hands and feet for retopology, because you see what I've had to do here for the UVs and stuff is like I'm taking the high side on one side and then going to the low side on the other, low side to high side to low side, because it's I'm trying to get enough UV, I'm trying to minimize the stretching of the UVs. So also you can see that I'm doing like some little tricks here to reduce the count of vertices as we get closer and closer to the foot, where I collapse the topology down, sort of bevel style. Here, but then here and here as well. And there's just some oddities throughout, you know, how and where this comes together. I've done it back here as well. And apparently I've done it up there. Like I can immediately spot where the weird spots are, and then over here. So feet and hands, tricky kind of stuff. I've also done like this here for the leg. And retopology is an art. The problem is finding who you're going to study from, you know. I'm at least happy with some of the basics that I've done here, you know. I got my loop cuts around the eyes, around the mouth, and they hold if we wanted to do that. We can split these up, you know, make more topology there if we needed it. We got the loops here. So it's, you know, it's passable at this point. But yeah, finished the retopology, and we're ready to do texture painting, because if I take you over to the UV editing workspace, then I can show you what we've got. So, yeah, I made a subsurface map too. Noah suggested I could probably make the Kerbal look even creepier than it already is if we had that. Cavity map's probably the most interesting to look at. If I take that off and we zoom in on the cavity, here's, you know, the basically height map for the hair right there. These are the hands. So you can just see the detail that's been baked down onto the map there. I've also had to do some cleanup on this because Blender is Blender. And when you do baking of fine, like high-resolution sculpts, then you get errors in it. A good way to fix that I found out when I was doing this, a good way to minimize the amount of errors anyway, is to scale up your models. So I actually had this guy at 8 times, and then I drew it back to 4 times his usual size. And so you scale it up by like 4, and then you apply that scale. And the thing is, you're baking from, in a lot of instances here, you're baking from like a high poly to a low poly guy, so you got to scale up both of them, apply both the transformations, and then the other like little trick to that is when you're doing the bake down here, when you're doing a selected to an active and you've got an extrusion amount, you've got to like, whatever extrusion amount you figured out that worked at the usual scale, you got to multiply that times 4 as well. So that's how this got up to 0.2 from whatever it was 0.0 something. But yeah. You use Privacy Badger. Not really necessary, but it's cool. Privacy Badger. I don't know about that. Kenneth says, no, I didn't have the skill to automate that. I just started 8 worlds on different seeds, running on both the latest version and the last world editable version. Gave myself the basic crops to trigger village generation, then let the worlds run long enough to generate villages, then go looking for them. Wow. That's a process. You were committed, and maybe you should be. Committed. Did you make that detail, or is there a tool to generate wrinkles in topology? The way that I got to that, I can't go into the sculpt mode. I guess I can, if I just reduce the, what we need here. Let's like go down to 3 on that. In the sculpting, the way that you go about giving wrinkles and stuff, which you won't be able to see here because we're now at too low a resolution. I put him into a low resolution so that we could even enter sculpt without, you know, exploding. What's going on? Uh-oh. Alright, we're back. See? It's sculpt mode. Ugh. But yeah, we're down to 3 subdivisions. But the way that you do that in here is over here in the brush assets. You load up a texture. And actually, I've got a brush for this, my texture brush. And so what I did was load up, there's no textures loaded, so we'll make a new texture. Hang on to your butts. It's ridiculous, the things that make Blender really chug. And then we head over here, open them up, and what I have is I have brushes, alphas, and then if I do this, you can see this was the alpha brush that I used for most of the skin. So we load that up, we got that texture in memory, we come back over here, and then it will show up here. And then what you've basically got is a brush. You can see the texture there. And so you can use this brush wherever it's white or gray, wherever there's a higher value than black. When you paint over it, it's going to raise the surface to that level. So I did, you know, paint the textures into this, and I used a number of different alpha brushes for that. If we go back over here, I also used... Come on, why doesn't this fucking program remember the last fucking directory you were in? Like, what are we in, 2004 here? Come on, guys. Alphas. You can put it in the recent thing, but you can't reopen it? Like, what the fuck? I also used these veins alpha textures that I've got from the course that I took. And I found hair as well, but I didn't use any of these. They weren't the way that they work wasn't working for my workflow, for what I was trying to get, so I just stuck with what I had there. But yeah, alpha brushes is how I made that happen. Back over to the UV editing space. Privacy Badger blocks trackers. From what I've seen, most are blocked by ad blocker, but it still blocks. Weird that a Thursday Run and Pawn stream is actually on Thursday for me over here in Sunrise Land. The glorious red dot on the white sky. Yeah, starting this early. How many hours difference is it from there to hither? At least from there to Pennsylvania, where is Pennsylvania? It would be east, right? Pennsylvania, where the wind goes sweeping down the plain. I know. But so this is our UV mapping, and what you'll see over here, because I've brought in the shader workspace into the UV mapping mode for convenience, is you'll see what we've got is we've got a color map, which I can pull up here. We've got a color map, which at this point in time is just green, so that's why he's completely green. We've got a cavity map, which is what we just had up. And that's what gives us like those wrinkles and details that are even visible on a low poly sculpt. When not daylight savings time, it's 14 hours. Right now it's 13 hours ahead. Ahead? Damn, that's right. I remember like when Steam releases a brand new game, if you want to get it immediately as soon as you can, then you want to like use a VPN that makes them think you're in Australia. Because games release earliest in Australia, I think. They're in the right time zone for it anyway. So yeah, we've got a color map, we've got a cavity map, we've got an ambient occlusion map. We go to that one. This one is much smaller than the others, which is why it was just missing. The others are like, I did the cavity map at 4K, 4096 by 4096 resolution. But ambient occlusion is just, so it's just shading. So I did this at, I think, like 1024 by 1024, so 1/4 of the size of the cavity map. And then what else have we got? We've got the normal map, of course. Normals. Which I think I might have just baked the normals at 2K, 2048. It might be 4K, I'm not sure. Because normals do help with the, with the sort of height mapping and stuff like that, so I might have put the full detail into it. I'm not sure. And then I have done a subsurface, but we're not, I don't know. Seems silly to do. But we've also got a roughness map here, which has been baked out, and I think the roughness is definitely at 2K or less. Yeah, definitely at 2K or less. And roughness... right now, the roughness map, I think, is basically just an inverted and then slightly modified cavity map, I think is how I did that. Yeah. So roughness is, it's what it sounds like. It's roughness. It's how much it's going to shine or not. How much there's going to be reflectivity or there isn't going to be reflectivity. So, for example, here's what we want to do today with like texture painting. If I were to go over to the texture paint workspace and pull this up, I don't want to be working on the subsurface map. Look at this. This is the subsurface map. I want to be working on... This is kind of weird for me. The texture painting workspace is just the weirdest fucking workspace, if you ask me. Can I not go to these? I can go to these. I want to look at the roughness. Okay. So, we're working on the roughness map. Here's the thing you can do. Right? How do I get this view actually to just be of what we're in solid. If I go to material preview, there we go. So now we're painting on the roughness map. If I go over to paint, the paint tool, and I paint hard, the least amount of roughness, which would be the maximum amount of shine, would be black. How do I flip these? Surely there's a button to flip them. Oh, you can just drag and drop the colors. but it would be black. We don't actually want black, but just for the sake of demonstration, I should now be able to come in here and paint on black onto this fingernail, right? And now that fingernail should be incredibly shiny. Let me just focus on that and then zoom in, focus again. See that? So we're able to paint on the amount of roughness that we want on any given portion of the kerbal. And so that's the kind of thing that we'll be doing today. We're going to paint the amount of shininess that we want in various areas. We're going to paint, obviously, the colors that we want on the kerbal skin. We can make modifications to any of the maps that we feel might be necessary. We could do some subsurface stuff if we wanted to. But it's all down to, like... It's all down to our choices artistically at this point. And we might as well start with the color. Yeah? Why not just start painting with the color? And then the question is, do I want more... Yeah, I think I do want more space over here. And so the whites of the eyes, I'm going to go not completely white. I could even lean them in a direction here, like make them just slightly jaundiced. And then we can start by just painting a large area. Why didn't that... Is it down to power? Power is 1.0. We're painting hard. We're painting white onto the roughness map. Ah, I didn't switch over. Color map. Okay, and now... Yeah. So we might have to futz a little bit to... Like I say, it could turn out that we just can't do this because of, like, lag and stuff like that. The brushes can be nasty. And I think it comes down to, like, a big part of why the texture painting workspace, it chugs so much, is down to, like, back-face culling kind of procedures. It's trying to, Blender has to figure out when I'm doing this, what it is that I actually want to paint on, and what it is that I don't want to paint on. And right now, like, what's directly in front of me is obviously this. It seems obvious to us, but to a computer, then it's got to think about, what about all these faces back here that you're also looking at, And so there's backface culling, and when you get to things where it's like you're working on the hand, and then you're going through, like, you want to paint on this, but it has to calculate this, and this, and decide what to paint on and what not to paint on. That's what can get, nasty. Return to sleepy times. Thanks for the bitty blender kerbal titty. Good night, morning, Kenneth. Good day, Kenneth. You just returned to sleepy times. You just woke up to be like, to just pop in and make a couple of jokes. Let me know how hard you worked on the Minecraft server back in the day. and then jump out. Run to the hills. Run to the hills. So I finished Dark Matter. I don't think that was true. I've been watching these series that I had seen before. I finished watching the sci-fi show Dark Matter, which, like I say, I'd already seen before, but there was a whole new season that I hadn't, that wasn't available when I had first seen it. It hadn't been made yet. So that was cool. A little bit sad that it just ends where it ends. They ended the season 3 on a cliffhanger, setting things up for season 2, and they'd been building to it for a while in the story, and there was nothing wrong with. I don't see why it had to be canceled, but because it just wasn't drawing the audience. I was definitely, I would have been on board if I were around for that sort of a thing. Oh, see that big spike of lag we got there for a second. His eyelids look disgusting. Good work, says Mephistopheles. Yep, that's. I aim to disgust. The realness. Yeah, see this? After I get done painting, and then like as soon as I release it, there's a little bit of lag there, a little hesitation. Is that just like the shaping of the model? Come on, baby. Wake up. And every time that I feel that kind of a stutter, I also have to worry that the live stream that you guys are getting like some nasty audio stuff, so you let me know. But it's just, I think it's mainly that we're just consuming so much memory. So I'm hoping that the extra 16 gigs, the literal doubling of the memory, which I don't know why I did that. I really shouldn't have ordered more memory for this. I just needed to double the memory. I should have just done it with software. See, I could have just loaded in a floppy disk, run a program, ramdoubler.exe, and we would have been fine. Right? I saw it in the movie Hackers. I believe Keanu Reeves, increased his brain capacity with a RAM doubler in a movie at some point. Johnny Mnemonic. That's right. Johnny Mnemonic. I went back and watched that movie. That movie is wild, man. Johnny Mnemonic. It's fun. It's crazy. And I don't know how I feel about it. Like from scene to scene, you're like, I'm on board for this. And then you're like, are you fucking kidding me? And then you're like, I'm back on board for this. And that's the whole experience from one end to the other. Sure, hyper-realistic KERBAL eyes are someone's fetish, right? Look at that. Immediately. How much better is that? I'm asking the question, how much better is that? I'm going to pull up my references. What do you mean? Dark Matter Season 2 haven't come out yet. Oh, right. There's a new show also using the name Dark Matter. I'm talking about a show from, like, mid-2010s, I think it was. Like, 2016, 17, maybe, something like that. It was in production. Maybe even earlier. But, yeah. That's... there's supposed to be, like... You're not supposed to be able to... I guess they must buy the name and pass it around and stuff like that. Or it's the same studio just releasing something else under the name Dark Matter. It's like, guys, could you just have a little bit of respect for other people's art, you fuckers? So I think KERBAL hair, as much as it likes to look black, I think it's better if we give it like an incredibly dark brown. Like where it's almost black. You can't necessarily tell that it's brown, but there's brown in there. I think that's what I'm going to go for. So, head over here. We'll go almost all the way down, then bring some value back in. And then down to the bottom of the reds here. Between the reds and the oranges kind of thing to find a brown. And yeah, see that brown that we got? And that might be a thing. But yeah, finished Dark Matter, fun show. Season 3 definitely contained the show's worst episode ever. I think I said that on the last live stream. But it wasn't a bad season overall. It just had at least one crappy episode. And maybe one other that was a little bit subpar, but it was fine. Maybe even Season 3, I could say, kind of fell into the same trap that Season 1 had, which was that they kind of kept repeating the same underlying or fundamental storyline over and over again, but it was fine. It was fine. Didn't need to be canceled, and it was hella good sci-fi, The universe they'd created, the technology that they'd envisioned, the writing of the sci-fi was fun as hell. And I just really enjoyed, I was saying to Lady Pawn, I think one of the reasons why I really like Dark Matter is that I enjoy seeing storytelling where the good guys it's not the same fucking story that everything is, Like the good guys, or rather the protagonists, in Dark Matter, all have like a history of being bastards and they're mercenaries and stuff like that. And even, when they're trying to turn a new leaf and stuff like that, it still comes through in their nature and in the decisions that they make and stuff like that. if it's really inconvenient to leave you alive, then maybe we won't. And it feels good when, like, you watch a sci-fi show and they head out looking for vengeance for somebody, a teammate who got killed or something like that, and then they get to the end of the road, and at the end of the road, when they find the person who did it, they kill that person. They get the fucking vengeance. That's nice. I'm not saying, like, that's necessarily, I'm not saying it's the great moral message. I'm saying, in all of the fucking media that we have, how is it that we can't have that story? Like, why is it that every fucking story turns into, we get there and we realize, we're not going to turn into the monster that you are, blah, 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 blah. And then you leave the monster to, and then usually what happens is then a fucking ladder falls on them and they die from, it's something like that, right? You've established that this person is a bad person, they're horrible, they did a bad thing, and then you go out seeking vengeance, but then you get there and you just can't bring yourself to do it, and thank God an asteroid just happened to fall out of the sky and fucking kill them for us. It's always that shit. Which, more often than not, also tends to land on, like, the worst, most evil motherfuckers, and it's the people who, like, we in our real world need to be doing something about. Like, look at the storylines and the plots of most of the things that are out there, and, like, who gets spared, who gets the second consideration, you go through a movie where extras are just being killed left and right, soldiers in somebody else's war, or, being sent to their graves by the good guys all the way there, and then you finally get to where you're going in order to try and kill the bastard who's been at the center of the whole thing, and who gets, like, an extra turn of consideration and a round from the good guys thinking about, well, we don't want to become as bad as you are, kind of a thing. We don't want to be you, so maybe we should let you live. And it's always the rich, evil motherfucker whose actions have killed millions, whose actions harm tens of millions, the decisions that they make on a daily basis, and they're the ones who get, an extra thought, and maybe they get let go and shit. And it's like, you guys have killed dozens, if not hundreds of people on the way here, and now you're standing in front of the person who's been giving the orders to all those people that you had to kill in order to get here, and now you're gonna fucking reconsider. Dark matter doesn't do that shit. Dark matter points a gun at someone and then pulls the fucking trigger, and I appreciate that. I thank the writers for, just having the respect for the audience to write their characters in a way that isn't insulting to us. New Dark Matter is an adaptation of the book Dark Matter, hence the name. Wait, do the Pennsylvania Railroad green that is indistinguishable from black? Wow. I think I'm having some language processing issues this morning. I've been noticing that on the last couple of live streams, too, just talking, and there's a lot more filler that I'm using, and I think it's because of what we're doing. I think it's because we're doing this Blender stuff, and trying to talk and trying to form thoughts and sentences and whatnot, but there's, like, fine motor control at the same time as philosophizing. In-depth communicating. Communicating. Don't worry about how this looks right now. In fact, I should probably be a little bit less gentle and touchy with this. I'm getting the colors in place to support, like, where the modeling is. And then we'll do some blending techniques and stuff like that and see how that turns out. But I'm fully expecting to, I'm not just going to leave these weird strands of hair that I've painted on. We'll figure it out. I was a 2D artist well before I considered getting serious with 3D, so we'll figure out what we gotta do to make it work. Just trying to follow the general hairline here. Yeah, really enjoyed Dark Matter. Quintessential. There's certain scenes in there that are just like, it's like you watch the entire first season. If you feel like you're not into it and you want to quit out of it before the first season is over, finish the first season just so that you can see the second episode of season 2. And then that's. There's certain moments in that series that are just, they're written so well and they do such cool things with the characters that it's like, even if you hate everything else that's going on, you're going to appreciate this moment, and you won't be able to appreciate it fully unless you stick with the series long enough. Do I want to leave like a little bit of a green poking through there? Probably not. It's just one of those things where it's like, that's the kind of detail that, and then you leave it there and it's like, it grabs your eye every single time. You realize I just shouldn't have done that. Just don't do it. Find out where the edge of this hair is. I left a pretty big berth. Something to bear in mind when you are doing texture painting is that, like, when I'm doing a paint like that in an angle, the further away that I get while I'm doing like this, the more the line is going to be like fuzzy over here, because it's the distance is different from here to there. So the brush size stays the same and you will get like stretching effects. So you want to know that you're doing that when you're doing it and be thinking about it enough to, at least be making the choices and decide when it's like, yeah, that's fine. I don't need to worry about that. That's a hair. That is hair all the way down to there. But yeah, so I finished Dark Matter. And I started in on Travelers, and I'm now a little bit deeper into Travelers, which is also one that I had seen before, apparently a Netflix original. I didn't realize that that's what that was, and that's where I had first seen it. It was apparently on Netflix when we had a subscription. Now we don't, but I'm still watching Travelers, so, you can figure out how that happens. I can put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, rewatching that show, and, it's an interesting premise. And creates some unique bits of drama. I'm enjoying it. I'm deep into the first season now, and I still feel like they haven't taken the time to really address sort of their sci-fi universe that they've created here. They've established a number of the rules and of the time travelers' protocols and stuff like that, because that's what it's about. Travelers is about time travelers. So it's not like you don't know anything about it, but you don't know enough. Like, they're hiding. I remember where it goes in the second season and stuff like that. They're hiding enough of it to be a reveal that it actually kind of does feel like it interferes with some of the earlier storytelling. That they're not allowed to explain things to you in a way that is the way that, that's what interests people who are into sci-fi in general. A big part of it is, like, what are the rules of your universe? What's the technology? What's that kind of a thing? And I feel like Travelers maybe leaves their rules a little bit vague and amorphous, some of the basic stuff, for a little bit too long, because they want to save it for, like, a, mic drop moment. And it just leaves you feeling like, I want to know more than you're telling me. But it doesn't interfere too much. I just feel like I would have connected more with the show. I would be connecting more with the show if they weren't trying to hold back the details quite as much. You know, I don't want an exposition dump, but I do want to be brought into the club here in understanding what's going on and the why and the how and the whatnot. I want to, now that we're near the, so this is a consideration right now. Now that we're near the mirroring point, I don't want there to be too much definition in this area, because you step back and you can see how it's the same on both sides, really, you know, from here. So if we can reduce the amount of detail, we can also just get off of the mirror, you know, take the mirror out, turn that off and make some details, but I'm just not at that point yet. I'm going to try and just keep it a little bit less, a little bit vaguer near the spot where everything mirrors. And I think I will, see, I can have a color palette. I'll create a new palette. I'll add this color, so that's our brown here. And then I'm going to grab the color from there and add that to the palette, and there's our skin tone, and now I can, you know, paint in the opposite direction and take away into the hairline. Which is a, you know, really good way in digital painting to get details that are hard to get with the brushes themselves, is to paint, you know, inverse paint like this. Now I could go all the way along, you know, the edge, doing stuff like that. I left some pretty nasty looking spots up here, though, before I found a way that I wanted to go about this. So let's do like this. And before we do anything like inverse painting for details, I want to play with like blur tools and stuff like that and see what we can do to ease this out a little bit. So we've got blur, we've also got smear. Smear is interesting, could be interesting anyway for this purpose. If I grab up there and I drag down, what happens? Okay, if I make it bigger, I grab up here and I drag down. It certainly smooths out the edges. A little bit of a lag every time I get to the end of a stroke. If I go in the opposite direction. Make some creative choices in here. I'm just going to experiment with some of the things we've got at hand. There's also the blur tool. I'll just soften that line out, which I don't think is actually desirable. Give him Bill's mustache from Hardcore Pawn. What else have we got here? We got the clone, just a fill, and then some masks. There's also different types of brushes. Right here we're using, well, we were using hard when we painted that in. There's erase hard, there's clone, there's blur, airbrush. Yeah, I think I was just using paint hard before. Sadly, I feel like it is going to be a... Maybe we can do something like this. It's going to be a lot of little work. I mean, look at all of the painting of the skin that I did here by hand, with the alpha brushes in the texture mode. So I'm certainly not above it, but it looks like it's going to be, you know, this is sort of what we're going to have to do, is something like that. Okay, and now I'm looking at the models, the references that I've got here, and seeing how their widow's peaks actually work, what their widow's peaks look like. Is that my ear? Yeah, my ear's kind of popping and stuff like that. Their widow's peaks are a lot higher they sort of stop around here. And that's a bit of a problem because I can't sculpt on this live stream. I can't sculpt at 6 divisions on this stream. So we're going to have to figure out ways to work around that. Give me paint hard again. Which one is that? Paint hard. And then switch me over to you. And I guess I'm going to ease this out quite a bit. Yeah, there's no way that I can sculpt on stream at the level of detail that we would need to like correct that. So that ain't it. Let me then just kind of swinging the camera around to make sure that the live stream still looks okay. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint it the way that it wants to be. And then I'll fix that off stream. The sculpting will have to be done off stream to make it match. Okay, I took a little bit too much away. Put it back in. We'll get the painting right. Okay, the other thing is that it comes in sharper. It really does peak. And then it's a little bit loose there, but that's looking okay-ish. Let's go to like pure front mode, pure front view here. Ah, damn it. I just want to smooth this out. So the way that a KERBAL's hairline goes in the references, it gets very flat at the top here. It's also just higher up the head in general. Yeah, that peak starts higher. It's getting there. And, you know, it's our KERBAL, so it doesn't have to be... Oops. Oh. How did I switch? Just hitting Control switches between the two colors that you've got loaded. Cool. Just make sure that this color... No. Okay. Oh, Control. Okay, holding Control uses the secondary color. So let me grab the secondary color and make sure that it's set to this brown, because I think it was just pure black. So now our secondary color, yeah, is that brown. And now when I hold Control, I do that. And when I don't hold Control, I do this. Cool. Looking at that hairline, that hair shape. Okay, now that I see that, I want to make some, you know, changes to their design that work a little bit more. I feel like our guy will look a little bit younger if with this hairline. I think I like this shape. Eyebrows? I don't know if we're going to deviate that much. Oh, and hello, Dramatian. I didn't realize that you were the one who said, give him Bill's mustache. Okay, when we exit that mode, the hairline looks a lot higher. And actually a lot more like the original reference stuff. I feel like this is supposed to come down faster. Again, painting with a mouse here. And I would really like to do this in such a way that when I do the sculpting, I don't have to add new hair. I would like to just be taking away carved hair, if that's at all possible. Hey, that looks good. That looks pretty good. And then from the side, do I have
this was a triumph.
Any reference that's from the side?
I'm making a note here. Huge success.
Not really, no. Even though you blew me up and killed me. So kind of my own choice back here. Importantly though, for the general aesthetic, is that these guys are supposed to be, you know, astronaut, military types. Their hair, wherever the ear would be, it would be buzzed above the ear line, you know? You'd have that white wall cut. So we bring it down like that, and if this is where the ear would be, then it can be kind of quite high. And maybe comes down faster. Unfortunately, I haven't carved hair here, which means I might have to carve some new hair. But if we want that white wall look, imagining where it would be, where the ear would be. This is not a bad basic hair shape. Astronauts don't have to be military anymore, Pawn. What is this, the 60s? Yeah. Yeah. All the references and the imagery of the Kerbals, anyway. I don't hate it. Maybe like, oops, wrong one. Maybe just a lot higher. I mean, then it just looks weird because they don't have ears, so you're trying to find that place where you're getting that classic military white wall look without drawing attention to the fact that there's no reason for it to be here. Front's good, the back's good, the side is kind of just okay. Maybe it's, I want to like draw it in a little bit here. Give some shape. I feel like I'd want it sharper down here. Get closer. Oh, not that close. Not inside the head close. Yeah, actually, this particular, like, sideburn line is giving me some 70s vibes that I'm liking. You know, it tapers in and then back out and has kind of a, what kind of jeans did they wear in the 70s? That sort of a taper. Bell bottom. Yeah, I like that. Now I like so the front looks perfect. That's a Kerbal. The back looks pretty perfect. And then the profile is now damn good. I like it. Lighter colors on the edges, like a little bit of a gradient. Yeah, we can give the hair some various tones of brown streaking through it and stuff like that. But let's stick with like broad strokes now. I don't want to get into the details on anything until it's time for that. So we've got the eyes, we've got the hair. Otherwise, he's naked. So what remains that actually gets a discrete color would be like fingernails. So what color is a Kerbal's fingernails? I mean, whatever they decide to paint them, obviously. But what color is there on unpainted fingernail? And we will go with, you know, some maybe less saturated shade of green. It's lighter. I gotta pull my green glasses up if I'm gonna see this. And then that. Let's see if I like this color, if I should save it to the palette. I think it's too much. I think we should stay pretty close to the green, actually, that we have in the first place. Desaturating it. Yeah, I think this is more the color that we're looking for there. Because most of what we want for the difference in the fingernail is going to come from like the roughness map, giving it shine. So actually even bring in some of that saturation I took out. I'm going to actually return to this one and then just be a lot more subtle with the reduction of saturation and the increasing of the lightness. Because, you know, it's just we're seeing, you know, through the fingernail to the skin underneath. Mostly. Personally, headcanon that the natural color of a Kerbal's fingernails is hot pink. Look at my hand for reference. Well, hang on, I have to get some light in this room then. I live in darkness. Yeah, okay. You know what I'm seeing there is actually reasons to go to the doctor. I shouldn't have. You made me look at my fingernails, and now I'm like, that's not right. I actually do have something about my fingernails that not everybody has, and that I think is indicative of something. And it's my fingernails grow in a very like. They grow in that way that leaves really rigid streaks in them. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, you see those streaks in the fingernails, and it's like, oh, that's a genetic indicator of something, right? Am I crazy? I think this is fine to start. This will be the, you know, underlying color, and then having reviewed my fingernails for reference, we'll want light and darkness going on there. Stretch marks is one mark. Let's see, like, if I can find it. So, fingernail ridges suggested there. Ridges. These are my fingernails. Not quite that nasty, but this is how my fingernails grow. They have a very vertical striation to them. And this is probably the most, like, close to what my fingernails actually look like. You know, they're not nasty like that, but they have this. Is everybody's fingernails like that? Diet plays a part? I mean, at this point, I'm eating kind of everything. Ways to get rid of ridges in nails, according to experts. Like, it's not, who cares? Causes. Longitudinal ridging in nails is usually age-related and usually nothing to worry about. However, decreased circulation to fingertips, stripping nails with solvents during manicures, tumors, and certain dermatological conditions also cause vertical ridges in nails. Lack of circulation is a major problem in ME/CFS. Biggest problems are caused with the lack of circulation to the brain. Horizontal ridging, also called Bow's line, is usually caused by things other than aging. Yeah, that's the sideways, you know. For me, it's usually an injury to the nail. If you have ridges, you and your doctor may want to consider conditions as the potential cause of it, viral illness, vitamin or mineral deficiencies. I'm going to get a B complex shot the next time I go to the doctor, because I take D regularly, but it's been a while since I had a B6 or B12 or anything like that. Yeah, I suppose I could get onto a multivitamin in general. Take one of those, two of those a week or something like that. Whether you get horizontal or vertical ridges is clearly determined by if you live in the northern or southern hemisphere. But yeah, that's how my nails look. Is like that. Doesn't everybody have nails like that? No? What's wrong with you people? Alright, where am I? I did the thumb, now we're on to the this. Maybe I should give, just because we had like a little breakdown there moment, we looked at it and stuff, I should give this KERBAL those ridges. Just, and then we'll be like, oh, he doesn't have enough zinc in his diet or some shit. But yeah, my doctors long ago put me on to, everybody was like, I want you to eat more meat and I want you to eat like all this stuff. And so like my diet is now mixture of salads and beef and salmon and tuna and turkey and I don't get a lot of pork. I really don't like pork in kind of any of its form. I guess bacon is a kind of, but I just don't. That just doesn't happen that often. Now you see this right here? That little spot right there? That is a problem in one of the maps that we've got. That obviously shouldn't be there. So if we go over to, it's probably in the cavity map. If we go over to the cavity map, and then if I find that particular spot, which I think from having experience with working on this, it should be like over here or something like that. If I can find that spot, we can fix it. And one of the ways to fix it, it's not here. If I go over to the UV editing workspace, I can get it. So, go over here. And we saw a little spot over here. Okay, so it's right there. And if here, we can see where that is. It's in the second hand up at the top. And we can see these little dots. I did the correction in GIMP. I just took in the 2D map and corrected this stuff. Lava Lamp on a 55-month streak with the resub. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 55 months is... It's more than a year. 24, 36, 48. So 60 would be 5. You're 5 months out of 5 years of... Holy shit. Oh, thank you, Lava Lamp, for the ongoing support. Apparently, you know, and through many months where I wasn't live streaming or wasn't even here. Lava Lamp says, you got that detailed cussy? We'll be painting on the labia and clitoris later today. But yeah, so this is an error, and we found the spot in the map. If I go back over to the texture paint mode, and we go to that spot, which was up here? Where was it? I go to UV editing. Yeah, it's where those two come together. And it's right there, I guess. Back over to the texture paint. Oh, I'm not on the cavity map? I am on the cavity map. But I don't see it here. I don't see the problem here. What are you looking at? You're looking at roughness. Ah. Well, that doesn't seem like it would be the problem. Let's look at the other maps here. Normals. Aha. We've got a normal issue, actually, that's causing that. So whenever you, like, that's very small, but whenever you paint it, do a normal bake, you want to look for, like, high greens and deep reds like this, and that's an error in your normal bake. I'm not going to, you know, rebake the whole damn thing. Instead, I'm going to clone, and let's get the brush size down. Use the clone tool, and then how do you do the clone tool? Is it like you hold Alt, and you click where you want to clone from, and then you paint? Hold Control, and click where you want to from, then you paint? How do you use the clone tool? Damn it. Maybe you hit V? Alright, we gotta look it up. How to use clone tool in Blender. And then over here. Inner paint mode. I'm just looking for, I just need like what the key is that I do when I do the thing. S for color picking? Is it S? Like when you do it, you see a thing on the, damn it. Why can't you just get the information you need? Clone brush and image editor. Let's see. Clone brush doesn't work at all the same. You cannot use the cursor as a reference. Instead, you use a transfer clone image, same size as the target image. Very limited functionality. Sometimes better just work on a 2D image in 3D plane. Control in the 3D viewport. Control LMB on a textured part of the model to clone that area onto a different part of the model. I did control. I tried control. Maybe it's in the 3D viewport, so I'll grab from here. There we go. And that moved the sort of 3D cursor there. And then I do that. And so we've just sort of cloned the color information from this spot over to this spot and gotten rid of that little error there. See? It's fun. Back over to the color map, and let's carry on with painting this KERBAL's nails, which I don't even remember where we left off. Had I done it? Oh, now I've got the cloned, like, shit, I guess. Balls. I want this color again, and I didn't make it a thing. So let's go to U, where I have made it a thing. I'll grab this. And we'll eyedropper that, and we'll make it that. That's the color I want. Now I can carry on. It looks like I already painted it, but I'm just double checking. I got kind of distracted in there. And it's a very subtle difference. So we'll paint up the nails with a color. And then, unless I can think of something else, we need fingernails and toenails. We need to get this color. Unless I can think of something else, at that point we'll go to giving the Kerbal like some blood under the tissue, kind of a thing. We'll give him some rosy, some reds, which seems weird. And when you think about it, it's like, well, we don't know what color Kerbal blood is. And number one, I do know what Kerbal blood is. I have killed enough of them to have seen some shit, man. But you know, it's using the color red for a gentle like variation color for certain areas on the model it'll give you a good end result. Now you see this spot as well? Yeah. So let's back to the UV editing, and this is on like the pinky this time. Pinky nail. You. Where we at? Okay, same hand as last time, but joining to the bottom in there. And so back over to texture painting. And so it should be right in here. Really? Okay. And then we'll rotate through some stuff. Let's look at, is it a normal issue? Doesn't look like it's an issue in the normal map. Is it a cavity issue? It could just be that right there, that little bump. So again, using the clone tool, clone here. You didn't clone. Oh, I'm not using the clone tool. Clone tool here, and then we should be painting on the cavity map here, and that isn't helping that problem. So it's not a cavity issue. AO. Seems like it would be weird if that's an ambient occlusion problem, but I mean, hell with it. Click there and try that. No. Roughness? No. Normals? It is a normal map issue. Okay. I would rather be focused on it to see what I'm doing. So I don't see the issue there, but it clearly is an issue. Okay, and I just like moved it. Can I just blur you a bit? In fact, I might go back to before I did anything and just try blurring this. Or maybe smearing it even. Smear helped. And we'll hit it with the blur. A little detail like this is not even worth fixing. And yet here we are. And look at me fixing it. Alright, to hell with it. Back over to the colors. And to this brush. And that's the color. And are we otherwise good here? Seems like we're good. And because we have X symmetry on, we were painting on this side at the same time. So let's do the toes, and then we'll be able to move on. Blood color would depend on what they eat. Blood color and how their toenails grow, and just everything, huh? Get those striations in. What's your diet like? Actually, like, there's a bit of, like, in my Zen monastery, looking back, there's a bit of, like, almost nonsensical diet will save us all shit that went on in the Zen temple with my Zen master. He was very into some of that stuff, maybe a little bit too much. And it's like, yeah, no. I'm gonna try. Is this a problem with the normal map again? It's not a problem with the normal map. Over to the cavity. That was a cavity issue that time. And I noticed that there's a little bit here as well. Oh, spooples. I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. So, control click there. This one isn't a cavity issue. Back over to the normals. Yeah, that one was a normal issue. So like I say, I did most of this little cleanup where you get these kind of little glitchy errors from the render in GIMP. And mainly I just relied on, I selected all of the highest points. I selected like near pure white and just filled that in with like grays and stuff like that in the cavity map. So any little issues like this in the normal map didn't get caught at all because I didn't mess with the normal map. But even in the cavity map, there can be stuff that just didn't get caught by that. As I see it, I will fix it. Just get myself repositioned here. Okay, back over to the brush. Make sure we got the nail color. Perfect. Exactly what I always wanted. You're still painting on the normals is why. Back over to the color map. And you know what? That was pretty sloppy. Yeah, I'm not gonna suddenly get sloppy. I was gonna say, but it's fine. It works. It's a very subtle change. Blah blah blah. No, I'm gonna do it right. Really need to figure out where my tablet is. And put some time into doing that. Also, the other thing I need to do, and probably also, folks that are living in Japan, if we've got any of those in chat, tax time. There's another problem. I'll come back to it in a second. It looks like there's a little bit there too. Tax time, people. If you haven't already filed and done your taxes, you got like 4 or 5 days at this point to get it filed, so I got to do that. Because we live in a bullshit country. Which isn't to say that we live in a bullshit country and they tax us. It's to say we live in a bullshit country and they don't, do the tax calculation for us. They have all the information, especially when you've got an employer, There's 95% of the American public. That's not true because the upper 10% is, but about 90% of the American public does not need to be calculating their taxes independently. The IRS could be doing what other nations do, and they just send you a thing that says, if you agree with these numbers, then just pay this amount or accept this check or whatever. Otherwise, let us know. You can do your own filing. And we could be doing that, but we've created an artificial industry for, tax accountancy agencies that just don't need to fucking exist. TurboTax does not need to exist at all. Sorry. Not sorry. Doesn't need to exist at all. What TurboTax's systems do, is, our government's, the IRS could have its computers doing and pre-calculating and just sending us what we owe. Could and should. Am I using... Oh, I'm using smear. I thought I was cloning. Clone. Okay, I guess smear handled most of it. I also saw some stuff in here where you'll never be able to... Yeah. There's some issues in there. I'm not even going to fix them. It's just the shit that happens, and it's in tiny little spaces that you'll never zoom in and see. But that's all the nails painted, which I think means that now we move on to skin color in general. So first off, let's have a little just changing things up a little bit by heading back to the paintbrush. And then in the palette here, I'm just going to grab some nearby but different colors. And can I use like airbrush instead? Some of these brushes are slower than others. So if one of them is going to be kind of nasty. You know what? Actually, better idea would be use a texture mask or just a texture. Let's see. Is it a texture mask or just a texture? If I do new, and then I go over to here, and then instead of image or movie, I do clouds. And then we just futz with the clouds a little. And that's fine. I just need a little bit of randomness is all I'm looking for there. And back over to the tool, and now to paint this alternate color on with a little bit of this texture that I've put in so that it's not like a... Oh, Jesus. Not like a pure color, pure texture thing. So it is a texture mask then, isn't it? Because if I'm doing a texture, then I need it all the way up to white, and then it will, yeah. And doing this is just going to create weird stuff like that, right? So it's not a texture that I want, it's a texture mask. Get rid of the texture. You go away. Texture mask. Use that texture that it's made for the texture mask. And then let's see if this does what I'm expecting. We're at 1.0. Okay. In fact, I need like a test color. Can we do this random? Yeah, it is doing the thing. I'm just going to reduce the power of it. And that's kind of the effect that I want there. Maybe a little bit more reduction of power. Yeah. And so now I'll get one of these colors. I'll use some of the toenail color. And we're just going to spread around some different, shades. Maybe not that one. I decided against it. We're just going to how about a little bit of darker tone? Just spread it around. Just hitting various places in order to create some variation. Okay, maybe not that line, but yeah, maybe not that one either. See, right here where it really stuttered, that's because you're painting through this and then maybe you're painting back there at the same time, and this Blender has to calculate, what did I actually, what does this person intend me to be painting right now? Right there, I'm painting in the armpit, but also on the face, and, what about the backside culling, backface culling, that kind of thing. So let's grab another shade, and this time maybe we go... maybe more saturation, and maybe a little bit brighter on this one. And I think big is better. I think it'll just blend in a little bit more if we do it like that. And just throwing it around in random places. That looks weird. That looks very weird. I'm gonna have to look at like what's causing that, which of the maps, and maybe just blend them out a little bit. You see that? See that spot? There's little baking errors all over the place. Great work. Good work, Blender. Let's try and fix that one. Actually, that one's standing out quite a bit. So, is it a normal issue? Head back over to the clone tool. Clone from here. Put it there. It was a normal issue. Here's another. That. And then what the fuck is going on up here? Is this a normal issue? I go blur. And I undo. It's not a normals issue, this. Cavity. It's not a cavity issue. Could be ambient occlusion. I think it is a, wait. Is it? Maybe. The power is full strength there. So what would the neck be? Neck and shoulders. I think probably it's stretching. Like the UV stretching kind of an issue. And maybe it's coming across from the AO because the AO map is a much smaller map than everything else. This is improving the situation. I don't know that it's perfectly solving anything, but it's improving it. Let's go over to UV editing. And then I'm going to take different stuff out. So this is cavity and color. And it's still there when we take the cavity out. And this is the AO. I take the AO out entirely. It seems like it's gone. So it is entirely an ambient occlusion issue. Now we know, back over to texture painting, that if I really put some effort in here, we can get rid of this on the AO map. Use the smear tool. And then blur it all out. Ambient occlusion is just, throwing little bits of shadows and stuff around. It's a little bit heavy-handed up here anyway. Okay. Fix that error. Found a couple of little butt dimples in the normal map that we got rid of. Good. How do those nipples look? Fine. The neck has a lot going on. But it's not really in the AO map, any of that. Okay. Back over to color. What was I doing? You were just spreading around some random color. Okay, so back over to you. Still got that color selected with the texture mask. Should just be lightly peppering it. Just create Skin variation. We've already been mostly around the KERBAL so far, so I don't know that we need to go too much farther than this. Yeah, see, horrible place to be painting because of how many things go through there. You know, cast a ray from the camera's orientation straight to where we're looking, and it goes through the foot, through the body again, through the shoulder, into the head, out the head. And so there's that little stutter where Blender's like, what am I supposed to be rendering right now? Where am I supposed to be painting? Okay, we've spread around a little bit of subtle variation. Let's get a little bit more serious about it. And let's put some blood under the skin here. And so I'm going to try maybe this kind of a shade for our blood. We're going to be airbrushing. We're going to be very low on the power, I believe. And then just think about where it is, you know, thin skin, basically. Ooh, should I keep the texture mask? To just add in, to maintain a little bit of variation? I think maybe, yes. Okay. That's too powerful. Still too powerful, and I'm reconsidering the cloud texture mask here. Just think about where is the skin thin? Where would it allow it to be seen? I don't think I want the texture mask, so I'm Control-Zetting. Get back to before I did it. Dropping the texture mask for this. Man, has so much effect. You have to be subtle enough that I can ease it in. Take several passes and bring it up to what I think makes sense. Just a little bit more. See that? It's immediately like, did you say a lot more? .9, that's, when it was at .10, it was like, did you say a lot more? It was also the size of the brush is another issue, though. Is it painting in splotches for some fucking reason? Why are you painting in a splotchy way? Because of the airbrush thing? Can we have just a soft? Paint soft. Maybe that's what we'll want here. Thank you, yes. I'll turn the power down on this to almost nothing. Okay, paint soft wants a little bit more power. Hey, I think we might have found our brush. Right, but softer. Maybe something like that. And then bear in mind that we can blur stuff in a little bit. Fade. See how much that is already bringing in? Gonna probably even more along the edges here. If anyone can recommend alternate texture painting software than Blender. It's still early in my learning this stuff process, and I can already tell that this is a less than awesome environment in which to do your texture painting, so you can give me a recommendation and I'll try. I'll probably give it a try. I'm also willing to. In fact, I am happy to pirate from Adobe if you're going to tell me that Substance, I think, is what Adobe's Painter is. I am thrilled to steal from Adobe. Mephistopheles recommends MS Paint. Okay. See that? See, look. You zoom back out and look at how fucking awesome that looks. And you were all. I could smell that all of you were like, "What? You gonna paint red on a KERBAL?" Every single one of you bastards had no faith in me. KERBAL, extend the KERBAL, and then I'm going to get rid of the teeth for a minute here. And I also want this to extend a little bit above the lips. Maybe not that much, but maybe also. We're gonna use blur and blend and stuff like that also. And, you know, red and green make yellow, so we're not even painting red right now. We're painting yellow, I guess. And yeah, we want that color tone to escape the immediate lip area, although be strongest on the lips. It's funny is when you look at like what you've painted on the map itself over here in this stuff, and you see how like weird and wrong it looks in the 2D area, and you see it in the 3D area and you're like, oh, I mean, fucking works. You can also see like how splotchy things are and stuff like that. And you see this like dark line right there that's really jagged and whatnot. That's the AO map. That's the ambient occlusion being a lower res thing. But that line is also hidden by the teeth. So it's kind of okay. The inside of the mouth would also want to be, you know, red significantly, with the tongue and whatnot. But I think I'll wait on that because that takes like a That might be something that we hit with a much more powerful amount of red. And you might look at this and say, oh, it's way too much, you've gone too far. And I might say, you're right. But it's easy to go back. So we're at 4-5. Let's go down a little bit more to like 3-2. And yeah, it's easy to go back, especially in the face. Putting red around kind of everywhere isn't a bad idea. And we will smooth it all out with blurs and stuff later. And down here we've got some veins. Let's really bring that in. This is also just in general some pretty thin skin through here. A couple of those. And then, yeah, the chest area, especially where we're bony, very thin skin. See a lot of the red coming through there. In the creased area. Some nipples. Oh, it looks like we probably have a little normal map issue there, too. Ooh! Ooh! Kerbal nip. Starting place, anyway. We'll undo there. A little bit in there. Not a lot along the sort of crotch line. This looks, veinish there. I'm going to give it a high mark. And right up that butt crack. Spread out a little bit as we get down here. Another kind of veiny looking moment. Thin skin around the, not quite a knee that a Kerbal has. We decided, I'm the one who got to make up what goes on in the Kerbal musculature and skeleton. I was thinking about that too, like what is its... how do we actually like bend these legs kind of thing? And all you really need is like it bends at the hip and then it bends at the ankle. And that's, you know, you don't need another knee or anything like that. They're 3 feet tall. What do they need all that noise for? Yeah. Worst place to be painting from. So this would be a really bad place to be painting from as well. I want to paint onto the toenails necessarily, although wouldn't hurt to see some of the warm, bloody tones coming in from underneath the toenails. Let's throw some down and see what we like. Yeah, that's feels right, actually. Yep. I feel like I didn't really do the outside yet of the foot. So see what looks like a vein there. And you know, the extremities, you see a lot more of that red flesh tone, that skin, blood skin, skinny blood, bloody boy, in the hands and feet and stuff like that. Appreciate how it looks like someone trimmed the toenails really badly. Huh? Yeah? I don't want it to be too good, right? It's a little bit... It's getting... Definitely gonna need some blurring there. Okay. This is a very, like, thin-skinned area here on the back. Come up like this. Follow that line a touch. Over here. I'm just looking for these, you know, indents. Bearing in mind, of course, once we get to a certain point, we get to, you know, we'll stop and we'll come back to this with, like, blurring tools and streaking and stuff like that. Stuff that just will help it come together. I'm happy that we're actually able to do the texture painting live on stream. I wasn't sure because of, you know, the brush delays and memory consumption and stuff like that. Matter of fact, there was, when I looked at my nails, yeah, it would be thicker toward the base, and then it would be like that, and yeah, something like that. That's what you want. see how much like detail I put into the hands. Which isn't to say that I'm super happy with the hands. Hands are just tricky. They're take a lifetime mastering how to draw a hand, let alone model one in 3D space. Oh yeah, that was bad. Bad place to be firing that from. Let's do that, and then as we get closer to the tip, we'll make it more. The whole thing, and then just the tip. Zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, it's not bad. That pinky. So the veins that run like along the finger and up to the tips of them and stuff like that. Along the bones where the skin is tight, taut. You can see the little bits of vein there from the alpha textures. Yeah, we'll ease that out later. And then this is very thin, stretched skin in here, so maybe I go a little overboard with that. And then kind of in general, just the whole hand can warm up. Maybe even a bit of the wrist. And then maybe along the belly. And down there. Just give us warmth of transition into a shadowy part. And, he looks like a tarted up hussy right now, but he's getting there. Find a couple of the veins that got accentuated and give them that extra bit of red. Yeah, neck's a little bit excessively bloody right now, but it's just better to, like, overdo it and then pull back than it is to be timid and then spend a much longer time sort of slowly but surely building up to somewhere that, and then, it's like that's just going to take longer. So be a little bit extra in this phase and you'll save yourself time later. I think I've gone all the way around the body now. And we can see how, certain parts of it look really good and other parts look like it's too much. And so now we just pull back on the spots that are obvious to our eye as being too much. Simple as that. The hairline should be more feathered. Yeah, we'll deal with the hairline, because that's going to involve me fixing some sculpting as well, and that'll be some very subtle detail pulling and stuff like that. So, I guess I can do the subtle stuff before I on stream before I get on to the texture stuff. So yeah, just remind me once I've once I've gotten this part of things handled. I was also going to do the interior of the mouth. And you know what? For the interior of the mouth, this could probably be benefited by... let me make a shading workspace here. Shading editor. Close that down. I don't know why it opens like that, too. People who make Blender. Can you explain to me, people who make Blender? So I'm gonna switch this so that we're just looking at the color map now. There are no other maps being rendered onto this guy. It's only what we've painted. And that allows me to get up in this mouth, yo. Like, what that mouth do. And then... still in the brush. Still got the red. I'm gonna blast up the power of it. And actually the question is because the tongue wants to be super red, right? The interior of the mouth. I don't know. Ooh, I don't want that. I swear there's a tongue in here. We can't see it, but it's in here somewhere. I'm going to have to paint on it in order to be able to see it, I guess. Yeah. Painting with this much power. Like, where is this even happening? Where is the tongue on the UV map? Because I might just paint the interior on the map instead. Is this it? This is definitely one of them. Okay, let's take that out. And then you can just paint on the UV map. Instead of painting in the 3D workspace. You can paint into the flat area. And then when I stop painting, we'll see it. Ah, that's the tongue. That is exclusively the tongue. Okay. Well, we'll come back to that then. I need to figure out where the mouth is. Those are the eyes. The tongue. These are the nipples. I made the nipples their own UV area because I wanted extra detail in the nipples. This is all hand stuff. I see the arms, I see the neck, I see the face. The mouth interior is kind of lost to me. Let's, RP. Ronin Pawn, where's the RP? It's not it. That is not it. That looks like legs. This is back. Or chest. That's belly. Where the hell is it? Alright, let's go over to the UV editing space, for fuck's sake. And I will L to select the interior of the mouth, and then over here, it's this. Okay, just above that. Go to the texture painting, and this is the area. I really didn't think that was it. I think I thought that was the neck. So let's undo the RP that we put in. Make sure that's over to shading, back into texture paint. Okay. Yeah, I guess I will have to be able to paint the whole thing in one go. You know what we can do? So we can just go to this, make it big. Why aren't we painting? We are at 1.0. We are KERBAL color. We're using the clone tool. Who turned the fucking clone tool on? Because it wasn't me, game. I can see that some of the lip is in this as well, but I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. Now when we exit, the mouth interior has a single consistent color all the way across, which is all that we need, really. But then the tongue needs to stand out more. Okay. It doesn't need to be too awesome. You know, won't be seen that often. Let's go ahead and put all of the maps back in. Alright. Let's try feathering some of this out. I'll start with just the blur tool. Center. Ooh, the blue tool is taking some more power there. Makes sense. Okay, blur tool might not be what we go with here. Smear. Yeah, smear could work. So I find the power level. And this isn't enough power. I think what we're really gonna end up doing is mainly just painting over in green to ease it back out. Just hoping that one of these tools would work. All right, that's better. Performance is the problem. Yeah, the eyes are looking a lot better now. Smoothing that out helped. Come on, Blender. Hang in there with us. In fact, now that I say that aloud, File, Save Incremental, and Image, Save. Another thing that Blender is just so great about in 2020 is that, like, the changes that you make to these images just will not be saved, will not be backed up in any way until you go out of your way to click the save button. It is only a recent development, I believe, in Blender, that when the program closes down, if you haven't saved those files, that it will mention to you, hey, do you want to save those files that you changed? It's a bit of a fucking nightmare, you know, this software. It's kind of insane, the things that it comes down to the people who make software like this are so, like, in their own little worlds, and what they're thinking about is, you know, what about the UV normal mapping of the bake cycle of the cycles? And it's like, hey guys, what about basic functional UI? Can somebody slow down for a second? Come out of the fucking mind palace and meet us over here in the world of just, like, how software has worked for the past 50 years. Could we catch up to... Could we spare a thought for the workflow, maybe? One of the things that they took out in recent advancements is, if we go back over here, when I've got a texture mask here, there used to be a little button here that would make a fake user, they called it. And what it would do is it would link this texture to a to a fake sort of an asset in memory so that if you save the file and reopen it, this stuff would still be here if you clicked that button to make them into fake users. That doesn't work anymore. And there's no replacement for it, and I cannot figure out for the life of me what the fuck they intend. It seems as though the only thing they intend is for you to make your own brush for every single alpha texture that you ever use, or to just not use this quick switching mechanic anymore that used to be very helpful. And it's just like, it totally feels like, you know, those guys who don't get it, who they're so in their own little fucking world of like considering high level mathematical problems and geometric solutions to, you know, and thinking about memory. Like, it's like, hey guys, what if we made sure that the people using the software didn't lose their work because the file doesn't get saved? Huh? I know it's only been 20 years that the software has been in development. Maybe we could start thinking about the basics now. Functional software. And the crazy part is that Blender has gotten so much better since what it used to be. And, you know, I can still complain about it, but, you know, with the complaints that I have right now, oh my God, you want to see what Blender used to be like? What the user interface was, what their intended workflows were, and like the only way to get to the tools, you just had to like memorize 1,000 different key shortcuts that were... There's still remnants of that in here, but it's like this UI is so much better than it used to be. Even as unjustifiable as some of the choices are here, it's a massive improvement over how unjustifiable the choices used to be. It's crazy, man. So I feel like I've smeared out enough, and now what I want to do on the face anyway, I guess I'll keep going around with the smear tool before I get to that stage. I'm going to keep smearing stuff out here, and then we come back. You're smearing, right? Yeah. Oh God, I turned this thing. I didn't mean to turn you back on. I just wanted to be regular old smearing here. Once I'm done using the smear tool to affect a blur in various places, then we'll come back and we'll like paint over what we've got with green in order to take away where it's too much, where it's clearly still too much. Torso looks pretty damn good. I don't hate the buttocks. Maybe this could be eased out a bit. That like there. And you here to round this out. Try and follow the bubble. Roll with them cakes. And this is like an example of an area where it's just too hard. And this just needs to be faded back toward green a lot. But first I'll try just easing some out a little bit, get it to a better place. You know, this hard line right there that you can just look at it and be like, hey, what the fuck is that? What, did you just draw on this thing? Yeah. That's how texture painting is. That's what you do. And just that little bit of work that we did already makes it look 1,000,000 times better. We haven't even come back for the re-greenifying. Anything down here in the toes? If anything, I feel like the foot could be redded up a little bit more, but I also feel like that's probably, it looks like that, like it's worse than it is because of the light, because this is flat, you know, it's very parallel to the sky, so to speak, and so you're getting a lot of exaggerated light here. looks brighter than it is. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think here I have to come back with the red, lower it back down, and put you in. What are we on? We're still painting soft. Is it? Yeah, that's right. I need more on the toes. Some of that got in the toenail, but I'm not angry at it. Okay. Yeah, the feet didn't get enough red in general. I'm going to try this again. Show me color. Yeah, the feet didn't get enough red in general. Just making sure that it is what it looks kind of like it is. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then back over to the smear tool. Let's ease this out a little. I think it works better if it's kind of bigger than you think you need. Okay. Have a look around. Should do this from this side. Ease that out a touch more. This line is very hard. Looks better. Let's ease it on this side a little bit. Kind of like that there's a bit of a sharp line on this side of things, but that's better. I'm going to actually bring some more of the green in there and then drag against it. That's looking good. Now my eye gets pulled over here. It's just so much easier to do too much and then see what doesn't look good. Like your eye just gets pulled to it. Instead of trying to make it right the first time, go too far. It's so much easier to go too far. Because then your eye just immediately jumps to it and says, ugh, and you know where to fix. You know what needs the extra touch. Try and sharpen up some of this by drawing in from the fleshy parts toward the creases. To make the red strongest in the creases. Again, top of the hand has just a little bit too much light on it for me to be able to really read it. Switch back to the color map and see that, yeah, no, I didn't do the red here to the level that I need to. I guess I got into the fingers. And too quickly. Am I? Yeah. Yeah, now I can see it coming in. That up a little bit. We've got a vein right here. Vein that crosses the middle finger bone, and then a couple of veins here. Ease those out in a minute. And then just because we're around the bone and the skin has been thinned out, it's been stretched to a thinness. And then just generally sort of across the hand, warm it up. Back here where we've got the thinness of the wrist and the bumpiness of the bones. And then this looks like a vein. Hit that again to exaggerate it. Knowing that I'll come back and make it less exaggerated in a minute. And then I swear I had already done the tips of the fingers. But if I did, I was a little over subtle, I think. Just yet again, evidence of like, go overboard. It's easier to go overboard and pull back. Yeah, a little bit of vein kind of stuff happening along the side here. And then a lot in here, I feel like. Okay, and now that we've got some red in, we can switch back to the smear tool and do some basic easing out. Ooh, stay with me, Blender. In fact, good time to go ahead and save. And save. Come on. Stay with me, buddy. Come on. Definitely some moments here. When Blender really starts to like perform poorly, it's usually just Blender's just telling you, hey, have you thought about restarting me? Have you considered maybe just shutting me down, dropping all that memory that I was holding on to, letting everything go free and back to the system, and then reopening me and getting back a much more much less exaggerated amount of memory consumption? Have you considered? Okay, I feel like this stuff on the wrist is gonna want, that's where we like unpaint. Stuff in the hand, though. It's looking okay. We also should have a live stream break about now. I've been here 2.5 hours. Definitely ripe and due. For a break. But that's a lot better, you know, more this smoothed out kind of thing. I'm gonna ease this also. And so, have I done like the entire smear pass? Because that's what I was hoping we could do before the live stream break, is get the what is probably the whole smear pass taken care of. Yeah, the neck needs some unpainting. It's overdone. Underside of the head, I can smooth out a touch. Step back and take a look. He ain't bad. We got there, considering we haven't done the unpainting yet. That's looking okay. What is this parented to that I've got this line? I guess it's just to the body, and the body's... Yeah, the 3D center of that is there. Let's change that. Save. And then over to layout, and grab the KERBAL's center here. Affect only the origins. And grab your origin, which is right there. X, Y, Z. And I'm just going to lift the origin up. See, but then that's at the bottom of it. That's actually good practice, is to have your origins, you know, aligned with sort of the floor for the KERBAL. So I guess I should leave that there. I could always just break the parenting, or I could attach it all to empty, use as a sort of anchor. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine for now. If I turn this and this off, then this is what our guy looks like currently, after a bit of painting. Quite a bit of texture painting work. And we have a takeaway pass still, where we're going to come back with like green paint, green brush, and ease some of this stuff out where it looks like it's too much, and see where we are at that point, and then see what we want to, you know, really exaggerate. I feel like the nipples should be exaggerated darker. That'll be a thing that we do. The lips and the tone and the nails are going to come together a lot when we apply the when we start painting on the roughness map. So that's, as well as the eyes, we can get the, you know, shiny wetness kind of look for that. And then the hairline, like was being said, like Prosecutor Walton said, that we should feather in the hairline, which I'll probably just do with a very small smear brush, and just all the way along there. And it's just a lot of, you know, time and minutia. And then the actual carved hairline, I will have to do that off stream to match this up with what we've painted, because we can't sculpt at 14 million faces while we're live here. But I'm pretty happy with where we are right there. Save one more time, and then we're going to go to a live stream break. So, stick with me across these 7 minutes. Grab a snack, grab a drink, grab something, and meet me back here for, you know, painting the KERBAL's grundle. What color do you think the grundle should be? Vote in chat now and meet me in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. That's where we do it. We're in Blender today, which I swear is back there as soon as I turn the music off and bring it back up. We're in Blender today, and we're texture painting our overly detailed Kerbal, our sculpted, naked, has fingers and toes, 14 million faces originally. Kerbal, we're doing the texture painting today, and I'm pretty feeling good about where we are, where we've gotten to so far with the texture paint. We've found the appropriate hairline, which will require me to do some sculpting off stream in order to align what we've got with what we're going to paint on here. We will, cut the feather this line in now that we figured it out. But we were last working on, the bringing in the sort of blood under the skin. And so that's where we are right now. And we've gotten through sort of the feathering process of that with the smear tool. And now I'm going to come back with green brush and take it out where it's too much. Try and finish off the feathering with that, and then we'll look at the specific details kind of stuff. But let's find we're in paintbrush, and then this is the base skin color that we used. And so now if we just sort of counter paint where this is a little bit too dark there, figure out what level we're going to be, what strength we're going to be using, and pull out where we can clearly see that it's just a bit too much. I might try upping the strength on this brush, working exclusively with a mouse here. And just ease some of that stuff out. I don't want to lose it all, but we do want it to blend, to fade in a bit more than it is currently. A little bit more on the power there. Yeah, see that? I actually I think I went too far on removing it, he says, and then he goes in for another couple of passes, because then I can grab with the smear once I've got it there and kind of drag the red back into the area that I actually want it. Yeah, it's still there. It's just a lot more subtle. And let's define a harder line, I guess, for the lip here. It doesn't really need it in any of those spots. Or up top. I might fade that a little bit. I can still see that sort of hard line. But that's okay. There are some, there are hard lines in physiology. There's some ridges to a body. It's not unnatural just because it stands out a bit. For example, my penis, actually no, that is unnatural and it stands out a bit, so it's a bad example, but there are other examples, I'm sure. This really does feel like a good activity for actually having like our background music rolling. So hang with me here, because we've got such like backgroundy, jazzy kind of stuff that I've just never used. It's always been exclusively for going to live stream breaks. I'm going to basically queue up everything we've got. in fact, somewhere in here I'm going to, you'll have to wait for it, but there's something special is going to pop up. When you least expect it, when you completely forgot about it, and all of a sudden, something all too appropriate is going to jump in here. I'm just uncueing all of this music, one at a time. Oh yeah, those are the long ones there. Okay, back into it. And see that? Just stepping out and stepping back in. Look at how much more natural that face looks from where we had it before. Get in there and ease it out. Just make sure not to take it all out. You know? I'll lose all that red that we've put in. Looks very stripy back here for some reason. I don't think that's in the color channel. Let's actually look and see if that's in the color channel. There's a little of it in the color channel, not much. It's not in the cavity. It's not in the AO. Not in the normals. Not in the roughness. Holy God. Not in the subsurface. I guess it is. It must be in the color, because it's the only place that I see it kind of at all. Well, well. Okay, a little bit more power, I guess. Is that in a touch more? I just removed all of it now. Still in there at all? Yeah, I kind of removed almost all of it. Well, a little bit of ping-ponging is expected. To be expected. Alright, let's get in here and fix the neck. The neck is way overdone. Biggest, thickest vein we got here, so I want it to still have quite a bit of red. I think it's too powerful. How's the volume level on the backing tracks, by the way? Is this okay? I don't usually have backing tracks. It is very chill music. Step back, how does that look? Looks pretty good, except for like in here. Needs to be a lot less red coming through there. Yeah. Might even go to like the light green. Just use that in here a bit. Back over to the normal. Step back. Okay. It's a lot more subtle. And then I want to be careful, you know, everywhere else, because those were the main places where it was overdone. At this point, the only spots where I expect it to be maybe a little overdone is in the hands and the feet. But they can kind of be overdone. Also, yeah, it was in here, wasn't it? Yeah, this was a place where I wanted to work in to try and smooth things out. Okay, and then this line here. Way too hard. Just kind of... Yeah. Sometimes you step back and you're like, oh, exactly. Exactly what I was looking for. This looks like it's like in the wrong spot on this leg. But that's just not the case. Just a different angle on the same thing. Right? Can't possibly be the case. Yeah, that looks good now. I'm gonna just check the color map alone by itself to see what's going on there. I think like there. Some. Between those two high points. Tighten this up a little. The same along here. I want everything to ease out. Some of it should be a little exaggerative. Pour le café du Touquet. How you doing? Am I saying that anywhere near how it should be? Making thick kerbals? Mm-hmm. These kerbal cakes. Like them kerbal cakes. We're baking some kerbal cakes. Today is texture painting. So we're almost at this is like the final pass here, is taking out the exaggerations. It's not the final pass, it's the final like pass of sort of the base coat. And then we look for things that we're going to exaggerate. We got to fix that hair. That'll be before we get on to the cool stuff. Do 3D for a living? No, but I just took a course in the hopes of moving from hobbyist to you know, making some kind of living at it, because I've always been, for years and years and years, for decades, since I had first got a computer, like back in the day, as soon as I figured out how to steal software, I got myself a copy of 3D Studio Max back when that was like the software. And in the time that I got it, 3D Studio Max was sold with like a key, like a dongle that you would attach to the computer via like a serial port or something like that. And so it had like a physical hardware key to try and make it hard for people to pirate it. And of course the pirates just, they just emulated the signal that comes from the serial port, and no problem. But yeah, I've been, ever since 3D Studio Max, I've been tinkering with this stuff. And, I've got a little backlog of various works, but I just actually paid out of money to take a several months long course to try and sort of build up my base of knowledge and feel a little bit more confident to try and put my foot into the field where I could be making some kind of money doing this. Piracy is impossible to stop. You can't stop it. You cannot make a lock that's so good that a lockpick can't pick the lock. That's just... then you couldn't make it. If you can make it, if someone can make one, then someone can figure out a way to break one. 256-bit AES military-grade encryption will eventually fall. And then you're just gonna go up to 512 something, or some kind of quantum encryption. Like, you know what I love in that realm of thinking about this kind of stuff, actually, is the amount of effort that has been put into, like, corporate laptops in order to, like, encrypt and encrypt what's on the hard drive and make it impossible to, like, get at the data if somebody steals it if they don't have the password and stuff. And one of the solutions that used to work, and they figured out ways to make it harder to make this work, one of the solutions for cracking through all of the effort that's been done to encode it is to just freeze the memory, to literally apply, like, upside down canned air to the memory sticks, and like, it makes, like, the data that was in memory persist longer, and you can extract the key that was being used to encrypt the data stream from the memory while the computer's offline or something like that. But it's like all of the work that you put in there, and it's like a can of compressed air was able to defeat it for a while there. Softly says, my personal favorite method of stealing software is smash the glass case holding the PS3 with the demo disc in it. Just the old smash and grab. What is this? Another normal error? We didn't notice. How did we not notice that one? Give me a clone. It's not in the normal. Cavity? Not in the cavity. The hell's it in? It's not in the color. AO? It seemed to be in the AO. Wait, what's the strength of it? Yeah, it's 1.0 for this. I mean, what would it be in? It wouldn't be in the roughness map. Well, it would. I would really expect this to be a normals thing. Okay, I guess I gotta find it for real. UV editing. It was right in here, wasn't it? It's a birthmark. Where the hell? Back over to texture paint. Oh, it's on the front. Here it is. Okay, so it's on the front, in the middle of there. Back over to the UV editor. Front, there you are. So give me this. Okay, and that's where you are on the map. You're not on the roughness. Obviously. I mean, that sure looks like an error. This is the wrong... That's not even... I found another error, an unrelated error, just by happening to be there. Listen, go over here. It's not in the normals. Cavity? Nothing in the cavity. The AO's of a different size. Nothing in the AO. It's in the goddamn color map? How the fuck did we get that in the color map? I'm painting on everything. I could've just been painted it over with the fucking colors, apparently. Alright, clone there. Wait, no, I'm still on the normal map. Color. Clone from there. Fuck. Kidding me with this shit? And I found another normal error at some, but if I don't find it while we're painting it, then it ain't getting fixed. Am I still at the right color? Yeah. Am I still with the right? Yeah, okay. Just ease some of this out. The weird colored pixels, yeah. Just baking errors in the normal map. Blender being Blender. Next time, I will scale the model up to like 8 times its correct size before I do the baking. I only did four times the correct size. That took out most of the errors, but not all of them. Maybe 8 times will get rid of all of the errors. Blender makes errors by itself? Yeah, kinda. I mean, I think it has to do with like when you're dealing with, this had 14 million faces and like 15 million vertices at the level that I sculpted it. So Blender goes to bake that out into some detail, and what it ends up doing is, I think, seeing some of the vertices as though they're sort of overlapping each other or something like that. And so they're too close to each other and it confuses Blender in a way that it ends up just rendering out weird shit. On the cavity map in particular, when you bake one of those out, you get these just weird fucking white pixelated striations in various areas, and it's just kind of nonsensical even where they are. And yeah, I don't know. And everybody knows about it, and everybody's got like their own method for how to deal with it. And one of them is to just take the cavity map into Photoshop or GIMP like I use, and just kind of paint that stuff out. Smooth it out there is one of the quicker ways to get rid of it, but yeah, I mean, it's just a problem in Blender. It's a great nipple, thank you. Are you gonna make adult models? Can't do it live on Twitch. Wasn't necessarily my plan. I have, you know, game dev ideas. I have an idea for a game that I'd like to do some modeling for, but I think I should try and be a little bit more realistic and figure out what I can do that brings in just a little bit of money. Doing modeling. And then once I figure out how I can make a little bit of money with modeling, even if it's just like creating some assets, putting them up on the stores or something like that, then I could turn my attention to less likely to succeed projects like a game development in Unreal Engine. There sure is money in adult stuff. Well, you know, I'm no prude, and I don't hate furry stuff either. Like the thing that I do like about furry stuff when I see it is that the people who are making it, at least some of them, care. They actually care. And they are thinking about the characters that they're making for these sexual, you know, things. But they're thinking about those characters as characters. And they're thinking about who they are and what they're about and stuff. And you can tell in the work that they, you know, end up producing, even though, you know, it just ends up being two characters fucking. You can tell in the way that they're presented and stuff that these people are, you know, they're putting more art into this pornography than a lot of people who claim to be artists are putting into into the supposedly more legitimate art stuff that they be doing, yo. So I have some amount of like respect for, how was it all the way down here that I was doing the red stuff? Yeah. And if you do what you do well, then the medium is not as important. Okay, now that I've drawn that back in a little bit thicker. But I also like am familiar with the the sort of phoned in bullshit of just, hey, I, you know, rigged two characters and posed them and pulled and pushed their hips back and forth into one another, and it's like, and now here's a 1.5-minute render of that looping, and it's like, just go home. What are you doing? If you're not gonna do it well, don't bother doing it. There's enough people out here doing it shitty. Don't be another person. Contribute. Business proposition. How do you feel about making horror games? Horror games, Mephistopheles. It's not been my personal genre, but I don't think it has to be. Like I'm saying, do what you do well. Put the effort in. Why? What do you got? What do you got, Mephistopheles? Alright, I'm gonna go on to the hair at this point and then come back and look and see where we were on the other thing. But with the hair, just gonna get us anchored in. I'm gonna use the smear tool and find the strength and the size that I like. Bearing in mind that the smaller it is, the more work it's going to be, the longer it's going to take. So a bit larger than that, maybe a bit more power than that too. Is this what I want to do? And is there a better way to, like, could I use like a texture mask on the smear? That'd be kind of interesting. So if I go here, I got hair alpha masks. Brushes, alphas, hair. And I just want it straight, which I think is at the bottom. This is pretty straight. It's just, it's weirdly positioned and... Certainly seems like that can accomplish our goal a lot faster. Okay, smaller. I mean, it kind of just looks like it's noising it, though. I mean, it's certainly better than nothing. But I don't think this is going to be the solution in and of itself. Get back to you after I actually have an idea that goes beyond the game that I want to rip off. I've got a specific idea for a game right now that's so, like, good, I think. And so doable. That's the important part, is like to not overextend as an indie studio, as an individual who's got a plan. You know, you gotta like keep it in the realm of, can I actually accomplish this? And I've got an idea that I think is so viable that I won't tell you it. I won't share it on a live stream. I shared it with Lady Pawn the other night. But I have been thinking pretty seriously lately about starting my own game studio, and I do think of it in those terms. Of like, if you're gonna do something like that, then you gotta commit to the idea of it and immediately speak of it in the terms of starting my own studio, that kind of thing. Don't talk about it in half terms. Commit to the idea at least, or else you'll never commit to the actual execution of it. But the reason why I would think about doing this is because it's a way to spend more time with my friends and to, you know, better maintain the relationships that I have with the people that I like. All my friends are media production people, you know, either programming coder folks or music, graphic, video, you know, my old bandmates and all that kind of stuff, writers, and like, between us, if I got all of my friends together, we would be able to produce any form of media that anyone could possibly ask of us at any time. You know, and the fact that I've now got these 3D skills, like, I think that's true. I think that's absolutely true at this point. And the only thing that could possibly, you know, be a limiting factor is the scale potential kind of thing. Like, how big do you need this done, or how quickly do you need this done? But pretty sure between us, we could do anything and everything that has to do with media creation. Act came back, and you're still painting hair, says Penguin God. We just came back to the hair. We just came back to it because I wasn't gonna be bothered with feathering the hair in until we'd finished the bulk of the work. I will zoom back in just a moment and show you what we've done here, Penguin God. Let me just get one more. Get back to the Widow's Peak on our Kerbal here. This pass. And this is where we currently are on our Kerbal. And I think the sort of base layer is looking pretty done. What we've done is we've brought in some reds into the areas where the skin would be thinner in general, where there are veins and there would be blood flow and stuff like that. In the hands and the feet and whatnot. When you pull back, you kind of just don't even see it, right? It just kind of seems like it's just normal and natural, which is what you're going for. Is it shouldn't look like, you know, they're wearing makeup. It should look like a body. Should he have pubic hair? Well, he would need genitalia for that. I mean, he wouldn't need it, but... But yeah, we've been in here and done the work to end up with this subtle amount, which was not a subtle job, but we eventually got there. So let's start like doing some of the more exaggerated stuff at this point. Let's get into these nipples. Let's get into these nipples. So paint and grab that red. And yeah, that's the power level we're at. And we'll figure out like what color these nipples should be. This, by the way, that dot there is probably an error in the normals. Let's bring these nipples out. Might even bump up the power a little bit, but only a little bit because it's red. So actually, I think a thing that you can do, a thing that I might do, anyway, so I'm gonna go over to this, to like a blue, and then use blue as kind of a bottom accentuator here. And maybe even just a quick layer like that, a little bit on the outside, and then head back to our red. I might even bring in some more lightness and saturation. Oh. This is what I was setting up earlier, though. I was like, see, you're gonna this, it's coming. Let's not have it be, like, gross with the color. No. So smooth. Or blur, rather. Trying to blur that out a little bit, actually. Make it tighter. Is this in the color map? God damn it. I hate the texture space here in Blender. I guess I'm getting used to it a little bit more. It's not in the texture. Is it in the let's go to you. It's not in the texture map. I would expect it in the cavities, but maybe it's in the normals. Clone here. Yeah, it was in the normals. So clone here, actually. There we go. And then this one. Yep. 2 of the layers there. I don't like how dark that is. But I don't think it's in the color. I think it's in, like, one of these other maps, like the AO or something. Yeah, I don't mean to do that. Let me just check. It's kind of in the color. What genre of games are you interested in making? Well, the one that I've got in mind would be... Yeah, I don't even want to say that about the one that I've got in mind. But, I'll tell you, like, one of my opus magnum ideas... Well, I've got 2 opus magnums for games, and one of them would be a return to, Myst-style game, you know, to, Riven, rather. Riven is the better of those, in my opinion. And I have, you know, a whole world figured out for Riven. I need... Actually, what I want is if you just give me the select tool. It's kind of that color is what I like. And yeah, let's get rid of that nastiness there. Head back down to something like this. Okay. Those nipples are good. I really like those nipples. Those nipples, baby. So that's one of the genres that I'm interested in game development, but that would be a major project. A major art project too. Like that's the beauty of it, is that it's such a purely artistic concept I've got in mind for that one. The other one is I actually am pretty sure that I worked out years and years and years ago, like an algorithm for generating procedural life in a game, and the idea would be that, you know, the way that Minecraft or something like that generates a world, it would generate a world with plant, fauna, or flora, and even fauna, I worked out, that is unique and based on, you know, random seed generation, but also based on a set of rules that means that it's not just nonsense. You know, it's basically an actual simulation of the process of evolution, is what I sort of worked out on paper, in algorithmic and code kind of terms. I figured out sort of the fundamentals of it, and then once I'd figured out flora, I was like, we could easily apply this to you know, animals, to fauna and stuff like that. Sounds like a scope disaster. The biggest problem with it is that, what's the game? What is the game? Like, once you get that system working, then what? What are you doing with it? and I could never really come up with a great answer for that. I had a couple ideas, but KSP has taught me anything, it's like your game doesn't have to be a game. I mean, it would be infinitely interesting to just, you know, that was one of the ideas that I had for being able to make that into a game, is just to have you basically be going around the world and, you know, cataloging what has grown, kind of thing, and cataloging the different kinds of things on the surface and animals. And I guess you just tie in a little bit of survival mechanics, and that's a million different kinds of games that are already out there, are basically that, except for this would be, you know, genuine simulated evolution. Here's all the cool procedural animals and plants. Have fun. Yeah, walk around. A walking simulator. Gimme you again. I said gimme you. Oh, it's if I hold control, then I get it. Yeah. But I want to... Surely there's a button to flip which is which. Let's click here. And then you needed to be very low when I was painting with you. I think we lost too much of the red that I had in here at one point, so I'm going to bring some of it back. Yeah. Maybe that's a touch too much. That's the thing. That's probably why I removed it in the first place. It's just, it's very subtle. Out. And just fade it a little bit more. I didn't want that pull. That's a little bit too much too. Try to not pull too much of the red in those areas. Alright, give me the blur. See what I can do with that. The shadows around here are just a bit weird in and of themselves, so I think it's like exaggerating that. If we go and look at what I've actually done on the color map, alright, let's try and make that more subtle. Smear, pull it in, and then soften it again. I mean, come on now. Fucking smooth out. We're at full strength blur. And this is the best you give me? Alright, smear. Let's go down to a much lighter smear. This is why I was using smear in the first place instead of blur. It's like blur just wasn't getting it done. Probably get into the finer settings of the blur tool to figure out what works. More power. Pissing me off. Like, for fuck's sake, do the fucking thing. Tell you what if you sucked my dick instead? Have you considered suck my fucking dick, dude? Suck my fucking dick, dude. What amount of power am I at? Not enough. I don't think they considered suck my fucking dick, dude. Yeah, ease this out a little bit, huh? Okay, that's eased. And just a little bit more here, I think. Okay. Just that little fucking hint is all I wanted, and now it's... I can't even see it anyway, right? What else have we got? So the lips could be darkened in. I think at this point, before we move on to that, we would benefit ourselves to paint on some roughness, because that's going to change things quite a bit. So over to the roughness map. And, by the way, you don't really need to be showing that, do you? Probably see more of the map if I just did that. Okay. And so, for roughness, let's just go pure black, no saturation, no hue. And just make sure that we got like a reasonable brush for it. Brush strength. Did that do any goddamn thing? Painting in black roughness, which means it should make it very, very shiny. Okay, I can see it happening. I need to undo twice. I need to find the level. Shininess that we want. I think it's more than that. A little bit more. Let's try 0.75. Alright, I'm gonna go with that. I'll tell you what. Let's do that so I can have a bigger area. Okay. Now what we could do is come back to that and give them like striations too, you know? Like just paint in some gray streaks. It's not like perfectly the same shininess, same roughness. Like there's only 4 digits per, That was a decision I made, though I'm not the first person to assume that a KERBAL is 4 digits per whatever these are called, extremity, I guess. So we've got that. And then the nipple could be a little bit shinier than the overall body as well. Not as shiny as a friggin' nail. But we could certainly polish up the tip. Might be a little overly shiny. Let's switch back to full white, or just actually a gray. Oh, hold control, and I can dim this down a little bit. There's still some kind of extra double shiny spots. Okay, there was a spot in there that was a little bit too glassy, if you ask me. That there too. Okay. That's good. Let's go to the eyes. I don't know why it does that. Like, I hold Alt and I do middle click, and some of the times it just jumps to a side view for some reason. I don't know what it is that I'm touching. It causes that. Again, not as shiny. Let's just try a 0.4 on the eye here. Where it's really hard to see what I'm painting because of the... It's just so white. Actually, this is something that I can do on the UV map, and it'll be a lot easier. So that's here. Yeah, this is it, right? That just got a lot. Yep, this is it. That seems like that might be the amount we're going for. So maybe. Maybe on that. So we've done the nipples, we did all the nails, right? We could come back to the nails and, like I said, put some striations in them. So if I, just make that smaller. Control down and do a bit like that. Just getting some less shiny bits. It's kind of eaten all the shiny out of it. Why am I Control-Zing and not getting the shiny back? Ah, because you had a lot of little strips. Let's try and see it, what I've done. I think that's the thumb, and so that would be, maybe this is the index finger? Doesn't look like it. Let's do texture mask, cloud, big, power, lower, and then we are on, let's do random. And I'll just do that across each of them, one little touch, so that we don't have like perfect shine. Seems reasonable. And then so I also feel like hands in general should be a little bit shinier. So I'm gonna try just hitting the hand like that. Did anything happen? Ooh, I don't fucking know. We're at 0.2 and paint soft. I'm just gonna hit it a couple of times so that I can then undo and see that something happened. Yeah. Okay. Just adding in that little bit of difference there. So I'm gonna do hands. I'm gonna do the tops of the feet. Be a little bit shinier. Maybe in there as well. Maybe in there also. And the bottoms of the feet, the opposite. They're going to be rougher. Go ahead and put a little bit of shine in here. And there. And then maybe it's rougher in here. Along this crevice. Shinier on the cheeks. A little bit more shine to them cheeks. Touch there. Big shine there. Roughness here. I'm just holding control to use the other one. So I've got the gray, and then I've got the black, and the black makes it shinier, and the gray makes it rougher. Oh, that's God, I forget every time, don't I? I forget every single time. So far and to date, I forget to open up our key thing, where then you can see when I'm holding control and stuff like that. So is it on now? There we go. You can actually follow. Every single time. We all got to get better. You guys got to remind me. That way it's not my fault that I made the the choices that I've made. A little bit more shiny down here too. You know, Grundle has a lot of shine. It's not the Grundle one. Take out a little bit there. The Grundle can be very rough. A little shine on the thumb, like that. And then rough there. Oh, hello. We have probably a normal map issue. Go to the normal map, grab the clone tool. there. Yep. And I see up here too, kind of. Now I see it over there. Okay, that fixed that. Back over to painting on the roughness. We made the tum-tum a little shinier. A little bit shinier there too. Maybe take a little bit out. How about a little shine down here? Maybe Kerbals are like really sweaty. You don't know. Removing the shine from in here. We can have that shine a little bit, but along the neck, nah. Roughen that up. Toughen that up. A little bit of shine there. A little bit here. And the thing is, we're starting on this roughness map. We started from, I baked out, I think I made the roughness map from the inverse of the cavity map, and then with a little bit of a color ramp adjustment to it, I think is how I went. So it's not like we're starting from nothing here and then painting it on. It's already got some highs and lows that were brought in from the original bake. I'm just accentuating things, and look at how I'm accentuating them too. It's starting to look like you just got out of the shower, which I'm not sure is what I really want, but I kind of like it. Just gonna take a little bit off there. Don't want it to be super shiny, but I like the spots that are shinier. They're just a little bit too heavy-handed right now. Trying to avoid the nipple because we already figured out we already got the nipple shining the way we wanted to. A couple of taps there, a couple of taps through here. Along in there. Yeah, tone you down just a touch. I don't hate it. What those hands? The hands have probably been overshined as well. If everything else was overshined, then the hands got it too. Okay, and then lips. Lips need to shine quite a bit. Should have a fair bit less roughness than everything else. And you see how that immediately helps the work that we did with the color and everything else. That's why I didn't want to do too much push the color too much until we'd done the roughness. Just gonna take a little bit off the top of that, what we've done. Bring it down a little bit more. I like the bottom lip. Hard to get a light bouncing off of this to see how much we've done and whether or not it's too much. Might have to go into like rendered mode. I'm in cycles. If we're gonna render on the live stream, I need to be in Eevee. Switch over to Eevee, that's a lot better. Bring in lighting. Yeah, so far it had just been material preview mode, so now we're actually seeing, real lighting effects. I still can't. Okay, now I can get something of a shot on the lips to see if we've overdone it. I think we have. Just a little bit, though. I think one pull with the grays to pull it back down is probably okay. Maybe 2 pulls. Okay. I'm going to try in here, a little bit here to bring up the shine. Feel like the skin is just shinier skin, that thin eye skin. And now that we've pushed it up and past where it should be, come back with the control and the gray, just tone it down a bit. Maybe a little bit more shine on the cheeks. Just 'cause. A little bit here. And a little bit here. And then we can tone that down. The back of the jaw. And then the hair can have an entirely different sort of a shine quality to it. This is what we were working in before, and then we pop over to Eevee rendered mode, and hell of a thing, isn't it? The hair is... Yeah, I guess I will have to paint this in 3D. I mean, I don't have to. Yeah, you do, because the texture... We have to do some sculpting off-stream to get the hair back to where it should be. But so what's the shininess of the hair? It actually kind of looks good, like 2 passes to raise it up. Uh-oh. You said uh-oh. Image. Save all images. Take your time. And then I'm gonna save incremental here. An astronaut suit seems kind of stuffy to me, so he would be, like, just really sweaty constantly. Around the edge, bringing up the shine there, pulling it back down, bringing it back up. I don't know. What do you think? Should it be... I mean, it could go entirely the opposite way, actually. Like, let me jack up the power, and then if I pull the hair way down and make it very rough. Then it just starts looking clayish, I think. Whereas with this high sheen, It's something anyway. I don't know, knowing that I have to do something, I have to work with the hair later, makes me think, is what I think. Now that we've got some light back here, I can get a better idea of how shiny I made the buttocks. I think them buttocks can be that shiny. Maybe I'll take a little bit off of them. Okay, I mean, that might be the roughness mask, unless you guys can... Oh, the inside of the mouth. Inside of the mouth. Which is here. And the inside of the mouth being rather wet. Should be rather shiny. I don't know what that is. I should at least try and darken evenly. Okay. And the tongue is up here. Feels like that should probably shine a bit too. Although, you know, it's a meaty shine, so we don't want to overdo it. Try that. Oh wow. It's become glassy in there. Yeah, that might be a little too much. I don't know. The tongue is probably okay, but the inside of the mouth, I just went way overboard on. I mean, part of it is that, like, light is for some reason entering into the mouth from behind him. I don't know why that is. It is a manifold thing. I guess it's some backface issue. It makes me wonder if the same problem exists in cycles. I know it does, actually, from the renders that I've done before. Yeah, it does. So, yeah, see, the light is still passing through from behind the model into the mouth, which I don't understand why. If we get on the inside and have a look here, this is the inside of the mouth area. I guess it's because the object itself isn't casting shadows onto itself, or I don't know, actually. Can't explain why. But I think the mouth is alright at that level, anyway. It's obviously just a flashlight inside his mouth. Yeah, that's right. That's what I said it first, though, so I'm the smart one. Especially once you put the teeth back into place. You know, and I'll figure that out at some point, why the light is passing through. And fix it. But I think that's the roughness map. Yeah. So we've done roughness, we've done color. There's no reason to mess with the ambient occlusion. I mean, what else have we got here if we look that I tied in? Color, cavities are cavities, AO, normals. There is subsurface. I guess we could play with that. It's not necessarily something that, like, exports into, like, a gaming environment or anything, right? Do modern gaming environments take a subsurface? I don't think they do. But so long as we're here in Blender, it could add a little something. The subsurface map, again, I've made it, I think, again from the cavity map, but with some, manipulations with me just thinking about what should allow light to enter and that kind of a thing. So there would be a high amount of subsurface scattering in and around the fingers. So let's, again, if I knew how to flip these, I would. Just drag you over there. See if this makes any bit of difference. It certainly does. And I am painting on the subsurface, huh? So, alright, well, I shouldn't do it in such a way as I'm painting randomly onto the face in the background there. But I'm going to paint brighter 0.4. Paint a little bit willy-nilly here. And actually, I don't think I need the texture mask for this at all. Now there would be more light would come through these cracks. Okay, so there's a little bit of subsurface. The hands, and maybe we can overdo it a bit on the fingernails. Subsurface scattering being where the light bounces around underneath the surface. Yeah, that's exactly what it says in there, isn't it? Subsurface scattering. So it's like, but it's the effect of, like, you put a flashlight behind your fingers and you see the light coming through from the other side, and kind of like that subsurface scattering makes that happen. And so playing a little bit with it to try and capture some light and let it bounce around more realistically in areas where the skin is thinner or the tissue or something. I don't even know what the best idea would be in terms of how to go about this kind of a thing. I'm just thinking of, like, the tissue areas that I would think of if you put a flashlight, like, right against them. What would, like, shine? What would glow because you're blasting light into it? And I'm just adding a little bit more power to those areas. Okay, be aware of what's behind the area that you're painting. So you're not painting something that you don't mean to paint. Such short toes. Yeah, nice, short, stubby everything. Even the fingers, I actually made the fingers a lot longer in the first pass, and I came back and stubbied them up. Yeah, those are the main areas, I think, that would want, like, a bit of subsurface scattering extra. I don't know what hair and subsurface scattering does. I'm going to go ahead and, like, just really wreck an area with subsurface scattering of the hair and see what kind of change it makes. Yeah, I'm just going to undo that now. Yeah, I don't know that it makes a damn bit of difference, really. What about the eyeball itself? The differences I see are just like it making things brighter and stuff, but yeah, mainly I don't see the differences directly either. Okay. I mean, like, what the hell else are we doing here? So now that I've done the subsurface, like, map, and we've done the normals, we don't touch the cavity. We've made our color map, we don't touch the AO. We have done the roughness, and we've done a subsurface scattering thing. And if you want to see the difference between the subsurface scattering being there and not, then just keep an eye over here. I'm going to break this connection. See that massive change? Huge, right? Look at that. Look at that. And then I take it away, and then I put it back. Holy shit, right? Just, god damn it. Actually, let's play with that a little bit. I'm going to grab the subsurface scattering over here. I'm going to put in a ramp. And just make the subsurface scattering a lot brighter. A lot more powerful. I mean, that would be the idea. Actually, no. If I bring the white down, is that changing a damn thing? Nothing is changing anything visibly. I'll tell you what, let's try putting a flashlight into the space like I was talking about. So if I go over to layout and oh, it's because I've got this off. There we go. So I want to, there we go. We move that to there. And then let's add in a light. Let's have it be a spotlight. Drag it up. Actually, let's put it underneath. Scale on the Z, -1. Alright, put it underneath so it's shining up. And then head back over to the texture paint workspace. Okay. If I just rake this up to like 50 watts, 100 watts. See, I expect it to... Well, it wouldn't come through, though. That's not quite how this works in 3D. Right? That would be sort of a volumetric scattering, but we're doing subsurface scattering, so go down to 1, to just a little bit, and then we start, like, raking it up, and I think this is what we're looking at. This is sort of the subsurface scattering is here. It's this. And it'll probably look more powerful and better in cycles. So, let's confirm that that is where the subsurface scattering is happening. By raking this around. Oh, hello. Yeah, see that? There's your subsurface scattering. The way that light does that with your hand and, you know, bounces around on the inside of it. It looks like there's some weirdness in the maps there when you do that. But so let's have a look at what happens when I switch it over to cycles. So cycles would need a lot of passes to get there. You can see it to start coming in here. So Eevee actually does subsurface scattering pretty nicely. You know, it gets to a believable finished effect pretty quickly in comparison to what Cycles needs in order to get to something realistic. But so we're seeing the effect that strong because I've raked it up. If I move it down to an area where I haven't, like, painted the hell out of it, we're getting a lot of subsurface scattering still. Let me go back here and then put it down to its normal level. We're not messing with it at all. And when we get into this area that I've increased the amount of effect, it actually is having that effect. Because I haven't done that back here. And so we see that it's still happening, but it's happening in a very scattered and, you know, broken up way. Whereas over here, we get, like, you can see that there's a lot more going on, and it's easing out a lot. Yeah, look at all that's going on there. I think it's having, you know, that almost undetectable effect that you can only see when you put a massive light onto it. Whatever. It was a fun thing to play with. I think that's it, though, in terms of, like, our texture painting. Head back over to rendered. Throw our environment back up into the background, just this photo mat. The way that you make a quick photo mat in Blender, by the way, is just start with a plane, and then... You see what I've done here? Start with a plane, grab, like, the back edge, extrude straight up, and then grab it and bevel it, and, you know, then click Shade Smooth and assign a material, and you get a nice photo mat where there's no seam in the back wall. And then this is our camera, and we should be able to render, you know, from Eevee here anyway, if I hit F12. Without the live stream crashing or anything, I would hope. Yeah. There you go. That's our guy. And look at that gleaming nipple. That's just one white pixel right there. Look at that gleaming nipple. But that's after the texture painting. And like the next step that I would imagine on this guy is clean up the hairline, which I have to do in sculpting, and I can't do it on the live stream because it requires too much PC power. It just won't work on the live stream to try and sculpt at 14 million faces. And then after that is, you know, give him a spacesuit, clean him up. That might be a little bit shiny there. Yeah. It also might just be where the lights happen to be. As our key light is on this side, throwing that way, and then we got a fill light from this side coming in there, and then we've got our backlight giving us the nice blue outline there. Sorry, I'm finishing off this Go-Go Squeeze Active Blueberry Strawberry Lemon, whatever the hell you call this thing. A pulpy sort of a beverage, I guess. All right, I'm done with it now. I won't suck into the microphone anymore. But, you know, there he is. I'm going to go ahead and we need a cycles render, not one of these renders. I'm going to go ahead and try a cycles render on the live stream. I should think that it can handle it, especially at this low face count. We're at the 15,000 face count, so let's do a cycles render. Go ahead and give me the full thing. I'm also using tiles and stuff like that. And, hopefully the audio isn't going crazy right now. I have switched over from having the cycles configuration using optics to just plain old CUDA rendering, because my GTX 1070 doesn't support RTX ray tracing stuff anyway, which is the only thing that optics brings to the table. So apparently it's supposed to be a little bit more efficient and faster and lighter on the machine to do CUDA on an older graphics card without the optics stuff in the way. This is the ideal male body. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. So let's save this. I'm going to save that image. You guys don't see some of these dialogues when I pull them up to save. Just because that's how Blender works, I guess. And so I'm saving this as KERBAL5.jpg. It's another thing that I would recommend configuration in Blender. For as often as you're going to be doing little saves of your renders and stuff like that, set yourself up to save to JPG instead of PNG, and these massive graphics files that you're generating. It's like, until you need that high quality, why not set your output format to JPEG with like a 97% quality, and the amount of file size is just going to be, way more reasonable, especially, and then when you're sharing it online, putting it in a Discord server or something like that, instead of uploading a, several meg file, you'll be uploading a hundreds of KB file, and you can't tell the difference. Your eye can't tell the difference at 97% quality of a JPEG. But so now that I've done that, I'm going to try and pull up our past renders so we can sort of skip through it from the beginning of where we started. And where the hell is OBS? There it is. Okay. So this was day one on the live stream. We carved this up. We sculpted to this level of quality. At that time, I wasn't thinking of even doing hands or feet because we were going to go straight into an astronaut's outfit, into a spacesuit. But then, I don't know. I got some, feedback from the course instructor, from Grant Abbott on my GameDev.tv thing, and he said, maybe give him some feet, was what I took away from it. It's not really what he said, but why not give him some feet? So I said, all right, the hell with it. I'm not gonna sculpt this with the idea that it's going to be a space outfit. I'm gonna sculpt a naked Kerbal. And so you can see here what I was saying earlier, that I originally sculpted the hands and the fingers and thumbs to be a lot longer and more, dainty. And then I came back to it and redid some of it. This image is from in Blender because a lot of the detail gets lost in these renders, you know, like this detail, I'm pretty sure the detail here is already there in this render, but the light bouncing and filling in the cracks and stuff, it gets lost. So I wanted to take a snapshot that showed the actual like carving detail that we had at that point. And then this was after all of the baking. This is where we started kind of today. Yeah, today this is basically where we started. This is having baked down the detail from a 14 million face count model down to a set of textures that can be applied to, at its lowest, a 3,500 face count model. And that's front and back. I finally did a front. We should do a front and back of the one that we did today. And so now, after today, here we are. And just that little bit of touches, you know, really pulls it together into something. It's kind of it's so like extraneous. Like everything about this is just, why did you do that? Why when are you ever going to need a naked Kerbal? I don't know. But from here, now we can like build up to spacesuit and everything like that. And, you know, you can take out the pieces of the model that you don't need after you get the spacesuit wrapped around and stuff. But hey, we got a naked Kerbal. If you ever need a 3D scene where a Kerbal is getting out of the shower, we're ready for it. I don't know. It was a live stream thing. I probably wouldn't have done this.
We are many. You are but one.
Thank you, Panzer Potato 4 for the. Is that 4? 4 for the follow. Where's his dick? Fell off. It's a horrible accident. We don't talk about it. He's very embarrassed. He's a Kerbal. There's a spaceship thing, and the thruster didn't fire, and and he was inspecting it, and he says he was inspecting it. We think he was trying to have sex with the rocket, but like anyway, it all just got fried off. But that's our Kerbal there. Let's switch back over to. Oh no, I want to get let's get a render of him. In reverse. What the hell? What? RZ 180. Oh, okay. It's because we're still on 3D cursor. RZ 180. You spin all the way around when I say what? What is going on here, friends, lovers? True. Go back to like material preview first off, because you're pissing me off. Here, like why? Oh, I'm spinning the origin. Remember? I set up to move the origins in this tab and never did it. Alright, RZ 180. Flip them around, and then we're going to render out another one. Booty shot. His dick was stolen by Twitch terms of service. You'd say the rocket blowed him, and then you just end the sentence there. Okay, this will be our rear render. Save as Kerbal 5B. And I really can't think of what else we would do with this model today here. RZ180 again, from where we are right now. So just to remind, this is a multi-resed model. The actual topology starts here at its lowest. The retopology that I did starts at this point. So he starts at 0. This is what he looks like at 3,500 faces. And then we go up by one subdivision, and he's at about 14,130 faces and looks like this. And then we can go up again to 56,000 faces, and then up again to 226,000 faces. In fact, the renders that we just did were at 56,000 faces, so just out of curiosity, like, what's the difference between these two? I think basically at 50,000 faces, you're getting 99% of the detail that you're going to get out of this model. We can go up again to 1,000,000 faces, just under 1,000,000 faces here. And then we go up again to, I can do it. We're allowed to do this in Blender without it dying on us. 3.6 million faces, and then there's one more level of multi-res detail that he was actually sculpted at, above and beyond this, which is at about 14.5 million faces, I believe. But we now get all that detail all the way down here at 56,000, and even the 14,000 is a very passable level of detail. We can zoom in and still get like all of the skin level, you know, stuff that we've got here. Not all of it though. And then we go up to 2 and we get that little extra bit. But yeah, looks pretty good. I'll tell you what, let's do a little bit more work on these nails on the color map. I'm looking for something to actually do at this point. Back over to the material preview. Actually, let's switch back over to Eevee, and then we'll do this in rendered. Because I feel like we could give the nails a little bit more color variation. I'm going to look at my own hand for reference. Mod this into KSP. No spacesuit, just a naked Kerbal. Alright, let's get on it. So I'm looking at my own fingernail right now and seeing that, like, in the middle there's a yellowed color, and then at the tip there's the darkest of the color. So, okay. If my finger were green, that would be the version of what that would look like. Look like this. Give me that red that we were working with. Make sure that we're at a low setting. I think we were working somewhere down here when we were doing this. And then I'm painting on the subsurface. Don't paint on the subsurface. Over to the color. And then the hands and fingers we're working on are somewhere over here. So this is basically what I see in my own finger, my own fingernail. Make that a little bit smaller as I do that around the edge. Up there. That's too much. But then if we smear it, I'm going to go back to material preview. Alright, let's actually bring some of the light back into the dark, because the dark is too dark. I'm going to smear like that. Like that. More power, please. Once I figure out what this should look like in the 3D space, be able to do each of the nails a bit quicker, a bit easier. Okay. I think I get it. I think the nails are a little bit too shiny. This guy gets his nails done, man. I think I get what I want. And then we'll come back at it with the lighter green color after I've got it. Actually, no, the darkest of the colors should be up front. Like that, yeah. And don't worry, this is just pass one. I'll do this part. And then we'll switch tools and finish it off. Okay, and then smear me. I'm going to smear in toward the light bit. And then I'm going to smear out toward the dark bit too. In. Oh, our music went away too. When did that happen? How many hours ago that I'm just noticing now that the music's been off? And then to you. In a bit. And out a bit. This one is still, like, problematic. I think it's too much. But I think these ones I learned from that one and did about what I want. Like, you're too dark, so what I wanted to do here actually was come back with this, which was the color that we used for the nails. Probably bring you up in power quite a bit, and then just ease that out a touch. So that the transition looks okay, and might as well look at the others. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm getting hyper into the details because we're at hello. You want to join me here? Okay. We're kind of at the end of what I think we can do together on stream today. So switch back over to the reds. Reduce the effect. Reduce the effect a lot more. Okay, and when we smear, it'll come together. A little bit smaller, please. Oh, a little bit smaller now. Oh, a little bit smaller now. Yeah, the smear will bring it together. And I think I can also, like, reduce the shininess here. Pull in a little bit more roughness on these nails. Nope. Maybe back there. Maybe up here, but not there. Okay. Back to toe number 1. And smear. Pull it in. Pull it in. Pull it out. You, I think, just pull it out. Pull you in. Okay. And then, just because I'm crazy, I want to see what happens when when I just go in. Huh? Somebody dropped a hammer on this guy's toe. If I just darken it a whole bunch. All of it, though. I'm gonna try, it's hard to tell with just one of them done, so I'm gonna try doing like the whole toe, or the whole foot, or the toes. It's up close, it looks great, looks right. But then you pull away and it's like, that's weird. And this project is very much, it's mainly been about making it look like too creepy. As Noah Craw has said in the Discord server, cursed. It's like a little bit too real. Doesn't kind of thing. The fact that they're darker like that, like, it really draws some attention to them. It makes for a contrast point. And I kind of hate it, but I think that's why I kind of like it too. In fact, I'm going to try another hit with the darkness, with the red. Is this red? In theory. No, this is the hair color. This is the brown. I'm putting brown on here. Yeah, let's try this again, but with more of a blood color. So there's good saturation. Just bring in some more lightness. Yeah. I don't know that I see much difference there. Let's bring in even more lightness. And let's go toward like full-on red. Oh, they paint their nails. That's certainly too much. Now that we've got the red actually like coming through. I think that gets too dark. But I do like it. I think the contrast is good. They look like old man toenails. I think contrast is good just because it's something to look at. This blends in too damned much. So I'm going to darken it with this hair brown. I don't know. Like I say, I hate and love it. It's like from a distance, it's good because you can see it. Because there's something to be seen there. But I also don't like it from a distance. And then when you get close, it actually looks really good and correct. I think it's something of an improvement. It also looks creepy. It makes it look a little bit creepier. A little bit more cursed. This is just too appealing and too lovely and pretty and sort of well manicured nails. We've also done absolutely everything that we've done here, texturing all of it in symmetry. So there is nothing about this character that is asymmetrical, which is usually like a last pass. When you get to near the end of what you're doing, then you'll add in some asymmetry. So that will be wanted. I just don't know that we're there in our process yet. And I also have just a general feeling like I want to not go to the asymmetrical place until I'm basically completely done, because this is a Kerbal that can be adapted and modified. This is my general mindset toward all this sculpting and character design and stuff, is this character, without asymmetry, without special characteristics, is ready to be adapted and modified to turn into a more unique and distinct character, and you can make dozens of Kerbals from this Kerbal. But if I, at this point, start giving him, scars and distinctive things that make him a specific Kerbal, then we lose the ability to transform that into other characters. So it's a big commitment. Having just done that, it's kind of good though, isn't it? Oh my god. See, this is why you want to, I don't know, experiment. Why you want to go ahead and throw stuff against the wall. Maybe a little bit less. But like, if I can darken these up, there's just so much that is basically the same tone and color here. It would be great to get some contrasting elements in. It's going to be hard to blend together, but if you start here and come toward it, you can stop at the right spot, and then, yeah. And that little overlap of darkness actually just turns into like an extra fold in the skin. Just some extra contrast. And then I can come back in and I can smooth it out. Yeah. Let's get it completely wrapped in. And then we head over to the smear tool and smear it out. Hang on, don't pull that white. Smear it out. Woo! Make a copy of the file to keep one as the base Kerbal model. Yeah, and that's like, I want to get to that point where I feel like, okay, I'm done with the base Kerbal. And you definitely want to be making incremental saves so you can always go back. I just don't feel like we're there yet. That this can be called like the base Kerbal ready to go. Because the hairline isn't fixed yet. Maybe that's the main thing. It's just that the hairline isn't fixed. And we would do that together today on this live stream if my computer were powerful enough to actually do that on a live stream. I'm going to pull in some of the lightness from around here. Help that transition. Pulled the darkness into the light, now I'm pulling the light into the dark. He's looking a little under the weather, a little haggard. What do I always say, though? Or what have I been saying? It's like, go overboard. It's easier to pull back from overboard. Let's pull more of this darkness in. And then maybe I actually will try and use the nigh unuseful blur tool. Just doesn't accomplish much. Strength's at 1, you know. What's this? Yeah, no. Yeah, the blur tool just doesn't... It's so subtle even at full strength. But it is working. We can use a little bit more darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. Such a good deal. Something savings. We need a little bit more darkness in there, and then immediately back to actually the smear tool. Is this smear? Smear. Yeah, your power is good. That, some of that. Yeah, you see that? Now that we got some friggin' contrast in there, it's so much nicer. I mean, it makes him look tired, I understand, but it's something. Before it wasn't much. I'll tell you what, I will take a little bit off the top. Just a little bit off the top. Come back in with a low power something. Low power, regular green skin. And just ease that in a bit. Yeah, that looks good. A bit more here, a little bit more there. You're getting kind of the best of both worlds. Ease you in a little bit more. Just using the edge of the circle there. Yeah, baby. Having seen the efficacy of that, can I do something like that near the lips? You know, I mean, on the lips themselves is also an option. Try darkening in these lips more than we have so far. Yeah, that is an improvement. See, the whole time I've been saying, like, go overboard, do more than you think, and I wasn't even, like, I still didn't manage to get there. I was trying to convince myself to do the thing that I knew. I couldn't quite make it happen, so I'll have to ease that back out. But that already looks good. I'm going to do another pass. It's easy as Control Z to pull it back. just having that contrast, it makes a big difference. I'm going to Control Z that one. I'm going to Control Z the previous one. And I'm not going to, it's not because I'm not going to do it, it's because I want this one to overlap a little bit. I want it to bring some darkness into the face. Let this pass. I love the way that that worked on the bottom lip anyway. Top lip could use a little something. Yeah, just like that. He said give him Bob's mustache. Beggar just oh goodness. It's a lot lighter. And that's my main question is, can I bring in a little bit more here? And there. And then grab that smear tool. And give him kind of a, what is it called? The nose? The fulcrum? Is it a fulcrum? Okay, that's, I didn't mean to bring that up. Pull you in. Smear you out. You're not smearing. You're not smearing schmearly enough. Just increase the power. That's more like what I wanted. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. And now will the blur tool actually, you know, work to accomplish something? Yes. Yes, indeed. I could just, like, control the way that the darkness exits the lip area a little bit more. That I like. I can see this little line here. Come on, blur tool. This is what you've been waiting for all your life. To be useful. Yeah, it's still, I can see this, like, line. Is it in the color map? Looks like yes, it is in the color map. And the schmear. More half strength power, and let's just schmear outwards. Get rid of that hard line. It's a bit more even. Let's make sure that the lip is actually there. Yeah, that's a lot better. That's a lot better than what we just had. Back over to you. I want some more darkness here. That was a little bit too much. It's a little bit too hard of a line. Okay, and then smear it out. Smear it out and never stop. I mean, just the fact that we got some damn contrast in there is so much nicer. I feel like, the, darkness that's down there, which is being aided by the way that light is hitting it, would be, just a little bit more up here, maybe? I've, put it there and taken it away, and now I'm putting it there again. That's the process, baby. Submit yourself. And trust it, or something. Trust the process? Trust it. I don't know if we should trust it. I don't know if we can trust the process. Bringing that darkness back does help. I just wish there were some. It feels like it needs to have cleaner lines. But it's the problem with organic things is that they don't necessarily have clean lines. Make it bigger.
Yeah. Let's drink until our hearts stop.
Thank you for the reminder, Jermasian. Let's all have a drink. I'm thinking about doing this to the hairline now, too. Oops, don't pull that white from the eye. Looks like some of it got pulled earlier. Push you back up in there. Close enough. He's looking a little bit more like the Joker or something like that. But he's got contrast. Let's try and thin this out over here. Take away some of that maniacal look. Yeah, that helped 1,000%. That's nice. So let's look at what I just said with maybe bring the darkness in at the hairline too. Okay, it is there. It's very hard to see. Doesn't have to go all the way back. I just want a little bit of something. And then maybe I smear it down. Yeah, that's the problem being this close to the hairline with the smearing. And it'll be hard to tell what I've even done because we're at the hairline and the hairline isn't. It ain't right. The model doesn't match the texture paint yet. Oh, I can hear a cat getting ready to puke up a bezoar. Paws always makes a certain sound. Wow, wow, wow. And then a couple of seconds later... Alright, that's something that I can, with the hairline stuff, it's something I can touch up after I've, you know, done the hairline texture work off stream. Anything else now that we've, like, contrasted this guy up? Let's look at him in an EV rendered mode. He's definitely looking like he's been pulling, you know, NASA shifts at the at the control boards, stressing out, smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee. What's going on inside the mouth again? Like, how's that tongue? What that tongue do? The tongue's color is fine. Yeah, that's okay. It looks like the line isn't quite right, but that's because we painted it on the UV, and it's not gonna be seen. So I'm okay with that. We painted that directly on the UV map instead of on the 3D. Alright, let's try another EV render. See, or another Cycles render, rather. Give us a render. See what we got. Now that we did what I'm calling a contrast pass. Cycles certainly makes it a lot more subtle, huh? All that contrast that we just added, and then we render in Cycles, and where did it go? And it's still there, and it's still contributing, and it's improved the image. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this out. Image. Save. I'm going to save this out just for the sake of comparison. Which means I'll probably have to get rid of the 5B if we want to be able to switch back and forth from it. But so here's... Yeah, I'll delete 5B. Here's what we had before the contrast pass. And here's what we have after. Before, after. Before, after. Nothing. It's doing nothing. In Cycles, for some reason it's doing absolutely goddamn nothing. What the hell? What the hell, man? Cycles is just like eating all the detail up out of what we just did. There's just like no discernible difference between those two renders. Meanwhile, in Eevee... Oh, you know what? Is Cycles one of those things... It might just be that I need to save all the images. Because Cycles will be pulling from the... something like that kind of a thing. Give me another render. That might be the deal. I just can't believe... Alright, well that's Eevee. Eevee's rendering. You can see the additional, you know, contrast and color that we've added there in Eevee's render. Cycles. There is, like... That is a thing with Cycles. You gotta remember to be saving your images as you alter them. Or else the changes might not show up in the render. I wouldn't mind it if cycles took a little bit off the top of the, you know, how exaggerated it was, and it looks like it has. Before the denoise, it looks like it has. Yeah. That's, I mean, I understand he looks a little bit angry, psychotic. The way that the light is bouncing around inside the mouth kind of makes it look like from a distance like he's got extra teeth or something, like shark jaw or something. I get it, but we were kind of always going for that, right? So I have now reread the re. So now I can reopen the re. Okay. Is this it? Yeah. So this was before and after. Before and after. Oh yeah, even the nails. I forgot about the nails that we changed. Look at this. I mean, the first one's it's subtle, and then here it's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And we've been going for cursed, right? A little bit cursed. The lips could be lightened up a little bit. I gotta figure out why the hell is there light bouncing in from the back of the model? Like we got the light back here that's shining in, and then it's hitting this, and then it's the light is managing to get in here from back there. How is that happening? Let's go over to layout, I guess. And into rendered mode, so we can see all this light. And let's look at like what our options are. On the object itself, maybe? Shading? Yeah, that's just light linking. I don't want to get into that if I don't have to. Visibility. No, it's like I'm looking for something that would allow me to specify how shadows should be handled on a per object basis or something like that. You know, that's why I'm in the object settings here. But none of this is really the thing. And then if I go to... Well, wait a second. Maybe in the light itself. So it would be that light. Light 02 is the backlight. In fact, I might as well name it backlight. And then you are the fill light. And you're the key light. I should just name them. Why am I putting light on the end of all of them? They're lights. We get it. You don't need to specify everything. So wait, this is... Yeah, that is the key light. So the backlight, if I go over to your settings... Oh, that's why, right there. I turned off shadow on this light. I do that like way too often with lighting. So it doesn't cast a shadow. Now it casts a shadow, which means it's behind the but it's fine. Now I'll just something. Can I lock you to the... It doesn't matter. Go to this view, pull you in, go like that. Can we see that? We can't see that. I don't want to see that. All right, so let's back to here. I'll move you to the corner. Maybe even give you a little bit of a spin. And we can still see it. Move it on the X. See, but now it's not coming from the back as much. It's not giving us that nice sharp line that we had before. That's the kind of line that I want. Apparently I can get it from like that, and then can I keep it if I go on the Z? Not really. It does have to be behind you. On the X. Just trying to not have such a monstrous effect on the backdrop there. There we go. That's not bad. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And now, because it does cast shadow, we solved the issue where the light was coming in. There's still some light getting in there somehow. That's an EV problem, probably. No, that's fine. That was the thing. So back to here, like that. We do a save. Let's set our renderer back to cycles. Trying to get quiet when cycles comes on so that you don't hear the mic doing weird things because of the inline processing. And another render. If you're interested in, see, and then I'm not being quiet. If you're interested in how I'm getting like this kind of performance from cycles on a 1070 during a live stream, I can share my cycles settings with you. I don't know if it's an impressive thing or not. And there we go. There's our boy. There he is. One more save. So you're KERBAL 6. And nothing's really changed on the backside of you, but let's go ahead and get that backside. So RZ180. Another render. And we're going to be wrapping up this live stream because that's the end of what we can reasonably do together before I need to make sculpting changes that we simply can't do on the stream. And we'll end the stream by me trying to access the sculpting space and seeing how bad the frame rate gets. Okay. So this I'm going to save as KERBAL 6B. And that's saved. And so now, once more from the top, just make sure that OBS is with me on this. It is. So we started here, and then we got to this, and then this, and then this was the beginning of today. It was like that. And then we did the painting, the texture painting. Oh, and then we came back and did a contrast pass on the texture painting and fixed the problem with the light that had light coming out of his mouth. And he looks slightly less psychotic now. Now he's only sociopathic. But there's our front and back as the last render. From here, actually from here is where we started. And this is where we ended. I'm happy with that. And then, the hair will get some more work. Both in the sculpt and in the texture paint, presumably, because, it ain't quite right yet. But happy with everything else. It's a lot of little things, everything is subtle. It's all subtleties. There's little bits of color here along the lines and the veins and the areas where the skin is thin, and then the roughness and the shininess of the eyeball and that kind of stuff. It's all subtle, and I love subtle. Spin you back around, my friend. Put us back into EV. And then we're gonna try and access. I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna make sure in texture paint that I've saved all the images, and it seems to think that I have. So apparently we've saved everything, and now we're gonna try and get into sculpt mode, and then we're gonna end the live stream. So the reason we can't get into sculpt mode is if I go to the sculpt level that we need to be, which is 6, for me to be able to work on the hairline, then this is what happens. Sculpting. We are now accessing the sculpting tab. I clicked on it. Oh, hello. Apparently, is the thing still up? What are you guys looking at? I look over at the thing, and it doesn't look like you guys are... that stayed open, the damn image editor? Son of a bitch. I made it into the sculpting area. We apparently can sculpt on stream at this level of detail, which is 14 million faces. At least I can look at it, move around it. If I go to material preview, then where do we stand? Oh my god. What is this creation? What hath I wrought? I don't know about this, y'all. If we go to rendered, which is Eevee rendered mode, I don't know why things are like this in sculpt mode. I've never really tried before. But that would be kind of an issue for sculpting too, because I need to be able to see where the hairline is on the other guy. I guess what you could do... Could I make another window for that? Like, if you're just in object mode, can I not have them active at the same time? It's like you have to either be in one mode or the other. Yeah. Right. It is still a 3D viewport. Wait, what did you do? Viewport, material preview. I don't understand why it be like that. Yo. So then that's the excuse for why we can't do the sculpting on the stream. Because I can't access it. But let's just see if I could, if I were going to. We've already saved, so I don't need to save again. So, yeah. Yeah, the performance is fine. We can sculpt at this resolution. Okay. So what ends up happening, though, is if I have to change the hairline at this point, I end up having to rebake everything. Yeah, I have to rebake everything. Every single goddamn map. Except for maybe even the fucking roughness that we worked on today. If I try to change the hairline, I'd have to rebake every fucking thing. That's horrible. What I could do is I could rebake it to separate files and then just take the head, just affect the part of the head that I need in order to end up with cavity maps and all the maps that I need. So yeah, that will be the solution. Boy, that sucks. That sucks so bad, it's like, well, maybe we should just maybe we should just commit to the hairline that I already had here. Right? What are you doing? Get out of here. And you, rendered mode. Yeah, just repaint the hairline to match the hair that I originally did. It wouldn't match the, usual KERBAL hair. I will end up playing with that myself because it's a lot of work to rebake everything. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. Now that I know how to make it happen, but there's also like error correction and stuff like that I did. So we'll see. We will see. I mean, I liked the hairline before I painted it on. And then I painted it on and it didn't look right anymore. So yeah. But thank you for joining me. That is the end of our KERBAL day here, of our sculpting blendered KERBAL day. We got to this point with the boy, and he got them cakes, he got them nips. And we painted him up real nice. But I'm what you call donezo. Save changes before closing? Nope. Don't need it. Don't want it. I am the Ronin Pawn. Volume's supposed to be up for that one. And we will be back here this Sunday. Possibly with more KERBAL sculpting and stuff, but I would plan to get that done. I gotta do the taxes and that's right, I don't know. We'll see. I would like to probably just play some Supermarket Simulator or something on the next live stream, but we'll see. We'll see what we do this Sunday at whatever time I happen to do it at. I am the Ronin Pawn. Thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you so much to the subscribers, to Lava Lamp for being here for, what was it, 55 months? 55 months and one mock for 37 months straight. It's a lot of months. People are crazy. So, but I do know that you'll be here on Sunday. All right, go do something else. Pawn out.